Chapter 1046. If Tianwu's soul is not healed, it'll be difficult for her to wake up even if she wants to. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, so he had a good understanding of the soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. Once it was injured, the impact would be great. Take Feng Tianwu's current situation as an example. Feng Tianwu's soul was injured. Although it was not enough to destroy her soul, it would affect her mind, causing her to be unable to remain awake. She could only lie on the bed like she was now and become a living dead. She could not wake up like a normal person. Of course, her body was healthy and full of vitality. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently landed on Feng Tianwu's right hand. That hand was tightly holding a 5-foot-long red, flexible sword as though she was unwilling to let go even if she died. The red, flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing laid there, setting off Feng Tianwu's red clothes. It looked very harmonious. Although she hasn't woken up, she's holding that sword tightly from the beginning until the end. It's as though that sword is very important to her, and she's unwilling to let go subconsciously. Meng Ping noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and shook her head as she sighed. I really don't understand why she cares so much about that sword. It's as though it's a part of her body. Meng Ping's words made Duan Lingtian's heart tremble. He was the one who gave that sword to Tianwu. Tianwu, no matter what, I'll definitely heal your soul and wake you up. Duan Lingtian's gaze was filled with firmness and resolution. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to heal a soul injury like Feng Tianwu's. As long as one could find some rare treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent, it could be healed. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, if Tianwu consumes a large amount of royal-grade resurrection pills over a long period of time, there's still a chance for her soul to be healed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of the bed, staring blankly at the woman lying on the bed. His eyes and face were full of pity. When Meng Ping and Li Xian saw this, they glanced at each other before tactfully retreating and closing the door behind them. Tianwu? As Duan Lingtian stared at the woman's peerless face that could cause the downfall of a nation, the image of the figure that looked like a fire elf who had forcefully activated the fire profundity in the past appeared in his mind again. Tianwu was willing to sacrifice her life for him. In her heart, he was more important than her life. Duan Lingtian's heart was not made of stone. From the moment Feng Tianwu did not hesitate to sacrifice her life for him, his heart was touched. He even thought that if he and Feng Tianwu could survive, he would definitely not reject Feng Tianwu from 1,000 miles away. In the past, he had always wanted to let fate take its course between him and Tianwu. Now it was time. Unfortunately, Tianwu was unconscious due to the injury to her soul. The ending was not too perfect. Tianwu, you don't have to wait for the next life. I'll treat you well in this life as long as you wake up. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's delicate hand tightly and said softly. His tone was gentle. This was a tone that he would only use in front of his 2 fiancées in the past. Now he had given a portion of his gentleness to Feng Tianwu. Currently, Feng Tianwu had a very important position in his heart. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's hand quietly. His eyes never left her beautiful face. It was the first time he was quietly sizing up Feng Tianwu like this. At this moment, for the first time, he felt Feng Tianwu was much more beautiful than before. In the past, he seemed to have overlooked many of her strengths. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was moved. He bent down and lowered his head. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Duan Lingtian kissed Feng Tianwu's forehead. His eyes were filled with tender love. After he got up, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he finally had the mood to think about other things. A month ago, I was devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet After I was devilified, I felt like I was dreaming. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he recalled the experience from a month ago. He still remembered. At that time, it was as though he had entered a wonderful dreamland. In the dreamland, the Anikasex elder who was at the peak of the void attacked him first. In the face of the Anikasex elder who had the strength of more than 4,000 ancient horned dragons, he only needed one punch to kill him easily. It was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Subsequently, the North Nethersex Supreme Elder Fong Tong attacked him. His sword slashed toward him as though it was assisted by the gods. On the other hand, he merely raised his hand casually and easily caught Fong Tong's sword that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. After I was devilified, I'm actually so powerful? That was a martial monarch powerhouse. A martial monarch powerhouse's flesh and blood was destroyed, and his bones were shattered by me with just one punch? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he recalled the dreamland. With just one blow, he caught Fong Tong's sword that he had used all his strength with his bare hand. He killed Fong Tong with just one punch. Although Fong Tong was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, he was still a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. He was not someone that could be compared to a martial artist at the peak of the void stage, let alone an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even so, he was still killed by him with just one blow. To be more precise, he was killed by him with just one blow after he was devilified. Devil Seal Tablet. What's this thing? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the mystery and power of the Devil Seal Tablet again. It was a mystery and power that he could not understand, and it shocked him. Moreover, I feel like the black energy I cast after I was devilified is exactly the same as the black energy Zhao Ming cast before. However, after I was devilified, my strength was stronger than Zhao Ming's. My attack was faster than Zhao Ming's. Even if I killed Fong Tong, I didn't have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian thought about Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, the traitor of the 7-star sword sect. He had crippled his Dantianan limbs and left him in a sealed inscription formation to fend for himself. However, Zhao Ming had appeared again not long ago. Not only were his limbs intact, but he also possessed a powerful strength. Moreover, the strength he possessed was not origin energy or concept. It was as though it was some other kind of strength. That kind of strength probably doesn't belong to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes, but he could not find any record of that kind of strength. In the end, he came to this conclusion. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, he could not think of any other reason. Moreover, Zhao Ming was called a human puppet by that powerhouse who claimed he came from outside Cloud Continent. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought about the powerhouse who gave Zhao Ming a new life. He felt a headache when he thought about that powerhouse. That powerhouse's origin was mysterious, and it was related to many things that he could not figure out at all. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. When I have the ability to leave Cloud Continent in the future, all these mysteries will naturally be revealed. Before that, it's useless to think about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he continued to think about it, he would undoubtedly think about his cheapskate father, Duan Rafeng, and the sword saint Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword in the Cluster Mountain Gorge in Xiong Quan's hometown. Whether it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rafeng, or the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, both of them had a certain connection with the mysterious world outside Cloud Continent. I remember that after I killed Fong Tong, that North Nethersex elder sneakily attacked Tianwu. When Duan Lingtian recalled this, his eyes instantly turned crimson red. Waves of terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the entire room to fall into a purgatory. Boom! At the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. The strength in his feet skyrocketed as he stomped on the ground. causing cracks to appear on the floor of the room. The cracks spread out like a gigantic spider web. Boom, 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 boom. For a moment, the room that Duan Lingtian was in was on the verge of collapsing due to the force that swept out from his feet. Even the bed that Feng Tianwu was lying on began to sway from side to side. Crack! Soon after, the foot of the bed broke and the bed collapsed. The unconscious Feng Tianwu was flung off the bed. Tianwu. Seeing Feng Tianwu being flung off the bed, Duan Lingtian's crimson eyes finally regained their clarity. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and caught Feng Tianwu. He held her horizontally in front of his chest as though he had just obtained a treasure. Feng Tianwu's delicate body was soft in his hands, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The desire that he had not felt for a long time was on the verge of erupting. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Little Tian." At this moment, two figures broke through the door and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. However, when they saw that the entire room was in shambles and the wooden bed that had collapsed, a hint of horror appeared on their faces. It was as though a great battle had just taken place here. "Boss, this is—" Li Xian swallowed hard as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. "It's nothing. I've just been lying here for a month, so I wanted to move my limbs a little." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already calmed down. He shook his head and replied, "Moved his limbs a little?" The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Meng Ping had a strange expression on her face. "What's going on? Why did I feel so agitated when I recalled the scene of Tian Wu being ambushed earlier?" A chill ran down Duan Lingtian's spine when he recalled the earlier scene. At that moment, he felt as though his emotions were no longer under his control. It was as though someone else had taken control of his body. His agitated emotions were constantly magnified. "It seems like my emotions have become even more uncontrollable after being devilified by the Devil's Seal tombstone for the second time." Soon after, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. He still remembered. Back then, when he was devilified by the Devil's Seal tombstone for the first time, his emotions had become slightly out of control. He was easily irritable. Chapter 1047. Now he was certain of one thing. Every time the Devil's Seal tablet devilified Duan Lingtian, the after-effects would worsen. If I use the Devil's Seal tablet a few more times, won't I be controlled by my emotions? Duan Lingtian could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. "That's right. Boss, His Majesty asked me to pass these to you." At this moment, Li Xian took out a few spatial rings and a pile of fragments from his spatial ring and passed them to Duan Lingtian. Among the pile of fragments, there were two that stood out the most. They were the profundity fragments that came from Baiyu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, and Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether sect. As for the profundity fragment from Tongshan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect, Duan Lingtian had taken it along with his spatial ring after he killed him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect His Majesty to know how to retrieve these fragments from their bodies." Martial artists above the void transformation stage would have concept fragments in their bodies. Although this was common knowledge, Duan Lingtian was still surprised that someone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom knew about it. It said that His Majesty ordered their bodies to be cremated. His Majesty thinks these things are not simple, so he asked me to pass them to you after you woke up. Li Xian chuckled. Duan Lingtian finally understood. It seemed like even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor did not know what a concept fragment and a profundity fragment were. It made sense when he thought about it. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor knew the value of these concept fragments and profundity fragments, he would definitely ask for one or two fragments from Duan Lingtian. "I'll take these two fragments and the spatial ring. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you and the divine Might Marquis estate." Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the two profundity fragments and the spatial rings from Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's bodies. He did not take the concept fragments. Leave them to me, and the divine might Marquis estate? Li Xian was stunned. He did not know what Duan Ling Tian meant. Little Tian, could it be that these things aren't simple? At this moment, Meng Ping, who stood beside Li Xian, asked with a surprised expression, Grandma Meng, since you're the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow Sect, and the Flying Rainbow Sect is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, could it be that you haven't heard of concept fragments? Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Ping with a puzzled expression and asked, Concept fragment. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a thunderclap that resounded out, and it shocked Meng Ping to the point she was dumbstruck. She only recovered from her shock after a long time, and she gasped for breath as she asked, Little Tian, you said these are concept fragments? Meng Ping asked in astonishment as she looked at the pile of fragments in Li Xian's hand that flickered with various colored energies. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. These are concept fragments. Moreover, they're concept fragments of extremely high grade. As long as you comprehend the corresponding concept, you can use them to quickly elevate your concept to the void transformation concept. They really are concept fragments. Although Meng Ping had never seen a concept fragment before, she had read about it in some of the ancient books in her sect. She knew it was something that was born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. No. In next to no time, Meng Ping shuddered as she seemed to have recalled something, and she revealed an astonished expression as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Little Tian, according to my knowledge, concept fragments can only be nurtured within the body of a void transformation stage powerhouse. You mean those mysterious powerhouses are all void transformation stage powerhouses? Meng Ping's eyes narrowed as she spoke, and her breathing quickened again. That's right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. For a time, not only was Meng Ping stunned, but even Li Xian was dumbstruck. These things are born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. Meng Ping's words echoed in Li Xian's ears as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Void transformation powerhouse. What kind of powerful existence was that? Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire had never heard of a void transformation powerhouse. It was said that even in the Dark Han dynasty, void transformation stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Li Xian knew his boss was powerful. Even so, he did not expect his boss to be able to kill a void transformation powerhouse. He originally thought his boss was only respected among the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. However, it seemed like his boss could even kill a void transformation powerhouse. Looks like, even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, I'm afraid there are not many people who can defeat my boss. Li Xian guessed. If Li Xian knew, the owners of the pile of concept fragments in his hands could easily annihilate the entire Dark Han dynasty by themselves, so perhaps he wouldn't think like this. Boss, Grandma Meng, what's the use of these concept fragments? Li Xian could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. He subconsciously felt that these things that came from the body of a void transformation powerhouse were not simple. Soon after, Li Xian found out what a concept fragment was and what its use was from Meng Ping. It can help a martial artist to raise their concept quickly, similar to a spirit fruit to raise one's cultivation base. Li Xian's eyes lit up. His breathing that had calmed down became rapid again. The fat on his body and face trembled along with his emotions. Only now did he realize the value of the pile of fragments in his hand. Boss, are you really going to leave these concept fragments to me and the divine Might Marquis estate? You don't want them for yourself? Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, There's no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Meng Ping with an apologetic smile. Grandma Meng, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Please help me bid farewell to Grandfather Nya, Uncle Nya, and Brother Nya. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Ping and Li Xian's response, Duan Lingtian disappeared before their eyes with Feng Tianwu. It was as though he had never appeared. Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that Meng Ping and Li Xian could not react in time. When they finally regained their senses, they smiled wryly. Boss, left again. I really don't know when I'll see him again. Li Xian said with a long face. Looks like little Tian doesn't plan to say goodbye to them this time. Meng Ping sighed. She could guess the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. It was obvious that Duan Lingtian planned to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom immediately. As for why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to leave, she had no idea. However, she could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's sudden departure had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Although Tianwu's soul is only injured and her body is fine, it's not suitable for her to be exposed to the air for too long. It's best if she has the 1,000-year frost to protect her body. Of course, it'll be best if she has the 10,000-year frost. After Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Feng Tianwu in his arms, he headed in the direction of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'll look for Xiong Quan first. He planned to look for Xiong Quan, whom he and Feng Tianwu had left behind a few days ago. During their journey, Duan Lingtian continued to observe the situation in Feng Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body has been completely suppressed. Moreover, the fire spirit body's energy has merged with her origin energy, causing her cultivation base to have a huge breakthrough. The fire spirit body's energy doesn't seem to have been completely exhausted. It's still working with Tianwu's origin energy according to the cultivation method's route. Tianwu's cultivation base is still rising rapidly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained certain understanding of Feng Tianwu's condition. Feng Tianwu was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage earlier. However, after the suppressed fire spirit body's energy merged with her origin energy, it helped her raise her cultivation base rapidly. The increase was even more exaggerated than consuming a spirit fruit. In just a month's time, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level void interpretation with the help of the suppressed fire spirit body's energy. Based on this trend, it's only a matter of time before Tianwu breaks through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian could easily see this. However, how did the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body get suppressed? Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, there were only 2 ways for a possessor of the fire spirit body, like Tianwu, to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in her body. Only by completely suppressing the fire spirit body's energy would she be able to guarantee that she would not be devoured by the fire spirit body's energy when she was 30 years old. There were 2 ways. First, find a possessor of the water spirit body or the ice spirit body. Moreover, the possessor must be a male. After the yin and yang harmonization, the possessor could suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. Second, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, one could rely on the void transformation stage's origin energy to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. However, the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body isn't suppressed through these 2 methods. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled what happened a month ago. I remember before I completely lost consciousness, the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body seemed to have entered my body and repelled the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Before I lost consciousness, I regained control of my body. a wave of black energy, seemed to have surged out of my body after I was devilified and rushed into Tian Wu's body. Could it be that this energy suppressed the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this matter. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. It seems like the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body was indeed suppressed by the energy that surged out of my body after I was devilified. I can't believe the person who helped Tian Wu break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body's 30-year lifespan was really me. Chapter 1048. Duan Lingtian still remembered. That year, when he first came to the Darkstone Empire, he went to Phoenix Nest City and happened to encounter Feng Tianwu holding the groom search competition at the entrance of the city governor's estate. The groom search competition that time was organized by Feng Wu Dao for Feng Tianwu. There was only one purpose. It seemed to be because of some prophecy. It was to find the man in Feng Tianwu's destiny. It was said that man could help her break the curse of the innate spirit body that would definitely die at the age of 30. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought it was nonsense, although all the clues pointed to him. But now he had no choice but to believe the prophecy because the prophecy had come true. It was indeed him who helped Feng Tianwu break the shackles of the innate spirit body's destiny. Feng Tianwu was not even 30 years old. The energy of the fire spirit body in her body was suppressed and transformed into a part of the energy in her body that urged her origin energy to rapidly raise her cultivation base. It was precisely because of that prophecy that allowed Tian Wu to meet me. As for what happened after that, everything seemed to be logical. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he recalled the past. Perhaps the fate between him and Feng Tianwu had quietly begun when he first met Feng Tianwu. At that time, the gears of fate had already tightly locked them together. The last time when he went from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian had slightly suppressed his speed because he had to take care of Feng Tianwu. This time, his speed had increased by more than one level when he carried Feng Tianwu. Therefore, he quickly returned to the small city that was closest to the Xiong family's village. After arriving at the small city and returning to the inn, Duan Lingtian noticed Xiong Quan was still cultivating. It was as if he did not know he had left with Feng Tianwu. This time, Duan Lingtian woke Xiong Quan up. "Young master." When Xiong Quan heard Duan Lingtian's call, he immediately woke up from his cultivation. He opened the door and respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiong Quan, let's go to the Dark Han dynasty." Duan Lingtian said to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan didn't ask any more questions and left with Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was taken away by Duan Lingtian after his meridians and marrow cleansing. Even though he had barely recovered his void prying stage cultivation base and was able to fly, his speed was still too slow. At the very least, he was too slow in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu horizontally and brought Xiong Quan all the way towards the Dark Han dynasty's capital. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Young master, young Lady Tian Wu is on the way." Xiong Quan could not help but ask curiously when he saw Feng Tianwu did not move even after being carried by Duan Lingtian horizontally for a long time. Something happened to Tian Wu. She might be unconscious for a while. Duan Lingtian said. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for Feng Tianwu to wake up before her soul was healed. Fortunately, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had reached the stage where she could not eat. She could survive without eating anything. However, the most important thing right now was to find the 1,000-year frost or the 10,000-year frost. Only in this way could Feng Tianwu's body be better preserved. She would not be affected by some external factors, and something bad would happen. Xiong Quan nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he did not continue to ask. He was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. A few days later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty's capital with Xiongquan. The first thing he did was to go to the Dark Han Dynasty's palace. He stood in the air and spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian is here for a visit. Duan Lingtian's voice was like thunder. It reverberated in the entire Dark Han Dynasty's palace. Duan Lingtian is here. The entire palace was in an uproar. Presently, so long as it was someone from the Dark Han Dynasty, there wasn't a single person that didn't know Duan Lingtian. The person who won first place in the martial competition organized by the Dark Han Dynasty had participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the forces of the foreign lands. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the glory of the Dark Han Dynasty. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had defeated the young powerhouses from the other 9 great dynasties and brought glory to the Dark Han Dynasty. Duan Lingtian. Naturally, there were some people in the palace who had a grave expression on their faces. These people included the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few Dark Han Dynasty's old princes. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that their cultivation base was able to break through to the void transformation stage. It could be said that they were indebted to Duan Lingtian. However, they had no choice but to betray Duan Lingtian when 3 groups of powerhouses came to visit earlier. They told the 3 groups of powerhouses about Duan Lingtian's origin. They felt guilty about this. Duan Lingtian is still alive? Soon after, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the few old princes gathered together. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Any one of the 3 groups of powerhouses who came to look for them was so powerful that even if they joined forces, they were no match for them. The 3 groups of powerhouses who came to the Dark Han Dynasty to look for Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. However, they allowed Duan Lingtian to survive? Don't tell me he's here to denounce us. I think so. Indeed, we're in the wrong. However, how did he survive the 3 groups of powerhouses? Perhaps the 3 groups of powerhouses did not do anything to him. Impossible. Many of the 3 groups of powerhouses had killing intent in their eyes when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to let Duan Lingtian go. The few of them discussed among themselves. In the end, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian survived the 3 groups of powerhouses and came to the Dark Han Dynasty's capital, the Imperial Palace. I'll go alone. All of you protect His Majesty. One of the old princes, who was Zishang's master, said to the other Dark Han Dynasty's old princes after taking a deep breath. Imperial uncle. Horror dawned on the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's fine even if Duan Lingtian is here to denounce us. He might not be as strong as I am. The old prince smiled. He did not wait for the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's reply before he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with Feng Tianwu in his arms. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, as though they could see through everything. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure soar into the sky and arrive in front of him in a moment. Zishang's master? Duan Lingtian recognized the old man in front of him immediately. The old man could be considered as an old acquaintance of his. However, although the old man had a relationship with Zishang, he had never helped Zishang deal with him. At the very least, he did not think so. Therefore, he had no ill intentions toward the old man. Duan Lingtian, when did you return from the Blade sect? The old man asked in a friendly manner as he forced a smile on his face. I just returned a while ago. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Old prince, I'm here to ask for a favor from the imperial family. I'm sure it won't be difficult for the imperial family. You're a hero of the Dark Han Dynasty. As long as it's within the imperial family's power, we'll help you. Tell me, the old man said. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not here to denounce him. Although he seemed to be very confident in front of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor earlier, he could not help but feel slightly perturbed in his heart. He really did not dare be certain that he could defeat the current Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a monster. From the dynasty martial competition to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's improvement with his own eyes. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian was when Duan Lingtian decided to join the Blade sect. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely increase after joining the Blade sect. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to surpass him. A monster could not be judged by common sense. Moreover, there were 3 groups of powerhouses who went to look for Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian was still alive. He had a feeling that something was not right. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when he faced Duan Lingtian. He treated him with caution. "I'm here for one thing. I wonder if the imperial family has the 10,000-year frost?" Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at the old man. 10,000-year frost. The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 10,000-year frost was ice that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. It would not melt even if it was burned by an ordinary flame, a low-grade pale fire or weapon fire. A small piece of 10,000 years old glacial ice could quickly calm a person's restless mind, allowing them to enter a better state of cultivation, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. One could imagine how precious the 10,000-year frost was. He himself had a cushion made from a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Usually he would take it out and use it when he couldn't calm down to cultivate. "Duan Lingtian, after you joined the Blade sect, I wonder how strong you are now." The old man did not answer Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he asked this question. Naturally, he did not ask this question on a whim. He wanted to know how strong Duan Lingtian was now. He wanted to know if the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family was willing to give him the 10,000-year frost. This was because even the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family did not have much 10,000-year frost in stock. "Why, does the old prince want to see if I'm qualified to obtain the 10,000-year frost?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. He could easily tell what the old man was thinking. The old man was a little embarrassed when Duan Lingtian pointed it out. However, he did not deny it. "If I'm not mistaken, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family seems to have benefited a lot from the Skywolf Fort and the Blade sect because of me, right?" Duan Lingtian said calmly, "I think the 10,000-year frost is not as valuable as the benefits you guys obtained because of me, right?" The old man was even more embarrassed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not say anything. "Since the old prince wants to see how strong I am now, I'll fulfill your wish." Chapter 1049. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and shouted coldly. At the same time, the anger in his mind continued to spread and grow. The aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet affected Duan Lingtian imperceptibly. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a wave of vast energy swept out and targeted the old man in front of him. It was so fast that it was even faster than lightning. **T. The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the old man realized that something was amiss. His heart could not help but rise to his throat. At this moment, when he saw a wave of energy that even he could not see with his naked eyes gushing out of Duan Lingtian's body, his eyes instantly narrowed. Fear was written all over his face. "Run!" Without any hesitation, the old man immediately moved. He wanted to quickly escape from the attack range of Duan Lingtian's energy. However, could he escape? Duan Lingtian attacked in anger. Even without the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the energy that was transformed from his origin energy and various concepts was equivalent to the strength of 2,700 ancient horned dragons. Dealing with a first-level void transformation martial artist who had just comprehended the first-level void transformation concept, was no different from using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. That was the truth. Boom! The energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into a wave of vast, multicolored flames. At the moment when the old man was about to move, he was completely drowned in it. Boom! 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 Wherever the multicolored flames passed, the sound of air exploding continuously sounded like thunder. It swept through the entire Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the end, the energy that seemed to have transformed into multicolored flames covered the majestic palace in the middle of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial palace and instantly razed it to the ground. Not only that, but there was also a bottomless pit where the palace had been. The pit was so big that it was enough to bury thousands of people. Young master is so powerful. Xiongquan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, witnessed the old man in front of Duan Lingtian being obliterated by the multicolored energy surging out of Duan Lingtian. Apart from a spatial ring and a concept fragment, there was nothing else on the old man's body. Not even a speck was left. Young master, are you all right? At the same time, Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Just now he had sensed it. When his young master took a step towards the old man, a terrifying power surged out of his body. His young master's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he felt that his young master had changed, becoming extremely unfamiliar. It was as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell. Duan Lingtian, whose body was emitting waves of terrifying killing intent, gradually regained consciousness after hearing Xiongquan's call. At this moment, he only felt a little dizzy. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. Cold, sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, I only wanted to show him my current strength so that the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family would obediently hand over the 10,000-year frost. However, I didn't expect that I would be controlled by my emotions and kill him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. All he could feel was numbness on his scalp. For the first time, the aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet terrified him from the bottom of his heart. When he was devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet for the first time, he felt that his emotions had become more agitated. In the end, he confirmed that it was the aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet. However, at that time, he could still easily suppress his agitated emotions, so he did not take it to heart. However, after being devilified by the Devil's Seal tablet for the second time, he could no longer control his emotions. He realized that as long as he was slightly angered, his emotions would go out of his control. His anger would be magnified, and he would even do some extreme things. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. After the Devil's Seal tablet devilified me, it gave me the power to kill an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. However, the price to pay for all of this is extremely high. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. The Devil's Seal tablet was like a double-edged sword, killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Moreover, he had an intuition. If he allowed the Devil's Seal tablet to devilify him again, he would lose control of his emotions. In the end, he might lose himself and turn into a killing machine. If it's not necessary, I must never use the Devil's Seal tablet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and made up his mind. To him, the Devil's Seal tablet was no longer a life-saving straw. It might even suppress his consciousness and turn him into a killing machine controlled by his emotions. So what if he's dead? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian casually put away the spatial ring and concept fragment of the old man, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince, into his spatial ring. He hated ungrateful people the most in his life. Earlier, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince had spoken as though they would not hand over the 10,000-year frost unless he was strong enough to suppress the entire Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. I've obtained many spirit weapons, pills, and even concept fragments for the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Now, I only want the 10,000-year frost that's not as valuable as the items they obtained from Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. How dare he refuse me? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anger again. The murderous aura on his body was rising again. Young master! Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Xiong Quan shouted again. His face turned even gloomier. Damn it! The aftereffects of the Devil's Seal tablet have worsened to this extent. It seems like I have to suppress my emotions if it's not necessary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the aftereffects that the Devil's Seal tablet brought to him. It was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill my imperial uncle? Soon after, a furious voice shot up into the sky. A figure covered in a golden dragon robe appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. It was the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, there was a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. He had clearly witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just a single blow. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian since he was not as powerful as the old man. Your Majesty. At this moment, another 2 old men shot up into the sky and arrived next to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with dread on their faces. Their faces were pale. How long has it been? And there are so many void transformation martial artists in the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy instantly probed the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the other 2 old men's cultivation base. He chuckled before his voice gradually turned low. However, have all of you forgotten? Who's the main reason all of you managed to break through to the void transformation stage today? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he mocked. He was afraid he would be controlled by his emotions again, so he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart to prevent it from spilling out. Otherwise, he was really worried he would be controlled by his anger again and kill the 3 void transformation martial artists from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family in front of him. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's face turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The other 2 Dark Han Dynasty's old princes were embarrassed as well. Naturally, the person who contributed the most was the purple-clad young man standing in front of them, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor opened his mouth and said coldly, I admit that we managed to break through to the void transformation stage mainly because of you. However, this doesn't mean you can kill the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family as you wish. Kill as I wish? Duan Lingtian smiled. Your Majesty, it seems like you don't know the reason behind this, right? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary to accuse me of killing the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family if you don't know the reason? Huh. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the 2 old men standing next to him were looking at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. They only saw Duan Lingtian killing the old prince from afar. They did not know what happened between the old prince and Duan Lingtian. Today, I came here to ask for the 10,000-year frost from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. However, that old man changed the topic on purpose. Moreover, based on his words, it seems like you'll only give me the 10,000-year frost if I'm strong enough to suppress the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Duan Lingtian spoke word by word as he patiently recounted what had happened earlier. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's expression changed immediately. As for the other 2 old men, they felt their faces burning. In their opinion, even if they offered up all the 10,000-year frost that the imperial family had stored, it would only be a fraction of what Duan Lingtian had done for the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Although the 10,000-year frost was precious, they did not use much of it. Most of the time, They kept it at the bottom of the treasure vault. However, the benefits that Duan Lingtian had obtained for them allowed them to break through to the void transformation stage. It had fulfilled their long-cherished wish. Now, esteemed Darkhan Dynasty's Emperor, do you still think I'm wantonly slaughtering the members of your Darkhan Dynasty? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as he narrowed his eyes. The Darkhan Dynasty's Emperor remained silent for a long time because he knew he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually darkened. Duan Lingtian, the imperial family is in the wrong. It's not your fault. The two old princes standing next to the Darkhan Dynasty's emperor panicked when they saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Yes, it's not your fault. As for the 10,000-year ice you want, you can take it from our treasury now. The two old princes from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family panicked. Chapter 1050. The two old princes from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family led the way, while Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu, who was still unconscious. Xiong Quan followed, closely behind. Who's this lady? At this moment, the two old princes from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family finally noticed the red-clad lady in Duan Lingtian's arms. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. She must be Duan Lingtian's confidant. Both of them only glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, before they looked away. They were afraid that they would vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. The two old men who had lived for more than half of their lives were like mice that saw a cat when they faced Duan Lingtian. Although they felt aggrieved, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In this world where the strong were respected, whoever had the hardest fist would be the boss. They knew they were no match for this young man who was not even 30 years old, so they could only admit defeat. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan followed the two old princes from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family into the Darkhan Dynasty's treasure vault. There were many treasures stored inside. One must admit that the Darkhan Dynasty's treasure vault was huge. The items inside were extremely rare. It was far more valuable than the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire that Duan Lingtian had entered before. It made sense when one thought about it. One was a dynasty, while the other was an empire under the rule of a dynasty. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. The 10,000-year frost is here. One of the old prince's voice came from the back of a side palace in the treasure vault. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention, and he could not help but fly over. Soon after, he brought Xiong Quan into the side palace. As soon as he entered the side hall, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold and bone-piercing aura assault his face, causing him, who was completely unprepared, to be unable to refrain from shuddering, and he hurriedly used his origin energy to protect his body before blocking out the cold air. Next, he saw a high platform made entirely of translucent ice standing beside the old prince, who was also holding up an elemental energy shield. The cold aura was coming from the platform. The high platform was divided into two levels, one layer on the outside and one layer on the inside. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the platform was sparkling and translucent, the color of the outer layer was not as deep as the inner layer. The difference between the two was huge. The outside is the 1,000-year ice, and the inside is the 10,000-year ice. The old prince said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if no one reminded him, he could easily tell the difference between the 1,000-year frost and the 10,000-year frost with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. The cold air was coming from the 1,000-year frost. To be precise, not all of it came from the Millennium Frost. Some of it came from the 10,000-year frost, and then from the Millennium Frost. Of course, without the 1,000-year frost as a restraint, the 10,000-year frost would be even more terrifying. It could freeze a person with a low cultivation within 100 meters into an ice sculpture. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian hugged Tianwu with one hand and raised his other hand to form a palm blade. He slashed out continuously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 lightning-like blade beams shot out in a row and landed on the crystal-clear platform in the distance, which was made up of the 1,000-year frost ice and 10,000-year frost ice. Soon after, the outer layer of the 1,000-year frost broke off and fell to the ground with loud noises. At the same time, the 10,000-year frost finally revealed its true form. Not only that, but as the 10,000-year frost ice broke away from the 1,000-year frost ice, an even more terrifying chill swept out and spread in all directions. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. The Dark Han dynasty's old prince had a solemn expression on his face. He tried his best to form an origin energy light shield to block the cold aura. Crack! As for Xiongquan, the elemental energy barrier on his body was instantly shattered by the cold air, and the overwhelming cold air invaded his body, causing him to feel his entire body stiffen from the cold. Xiongquan! In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Xiongquan had turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, his life force was still fading away. If nobody came to save Xiongquan, he would definitely die in a dozen breaths at most. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, gusts of green wind appeared and twined around Xiongquan's body. It formed a barrier that blocked the cold aura that continued to attack Xiongquan. Whoosh! Subsequently, strands of raging flames were born within the green gale. As soon as the flame appeared, it twined around Xiongquan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture like gangrene. Subsequently, it melted the ice around Xiongquan's body and entered his body. The flame was the fire concept that Duan Lingtian controlled. Naturally, it did not affect Xiongquan at all. In just 3 breaths, Duan Lingtian activated the fire concept and easily expelled the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, allowing him to return to normal. Thank you, young master. Xiongquan hurriedly thanked Duan Lingtian after he inhaled sharply with lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, there was a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, he further felt the gap between him and his young master. He only felt like he was a burden following his young master. After expelling the cold aura from Xiongquan's body, Duan Lingtian's origin energy surged out of his body without reservation. It transformed into a light shield that enveloped Xiongquan. Xiongquan was instantly protected. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by the 10,000-year frost's cold aura. M6 level void transformation stage. The Dark Han dynasty's old prince, who had just entered the side palace, and the old prince, who was originally in the side palace, stared blankly at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duan Lingtian's head. Those silhouettes of ancient horned dragons caused them to be unable to help but be dumbstruck. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's strength was. At the same time, they were glad that they did not offend Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. 6th level void transformation stage. Xiongquan narrowed his eyes as he looked above Duan Lingtian's head when he heard the 2 Dark Han dynasty's old prince's exclamation. Although he knew his young master was strong, he did not expect his young master to be this strong. The 6th level void transformation stage was not far from the martial monarch stage. A 6th level void transformation stage martial artist who's not even 30 years old. I'm afraid he's as rare as a phoenix's feather and a cheelant's horn in the entire cloud continent, right? Xiongquan thought to himself as his heart jolted. Buzz, 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 buzz. Soon after, the 3 of them, including Xiongquan, heard the sound of saber whistling. They could not help but look in the direction of the sound. They noticed that as Duan Lingtian's palm saber continued to sweep out, the thick 10,000-year frost quickly turned into an ice coffin. Whoosh! As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the lid of the ice coffin flew up and hovered in the air. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian suddenly shook his other hand that was holding Feng Tianwu. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force as she slowly fell into the ice coffin. The lid that was hovering in the air finally fell and closed after her entire body fell into the ice coffin. Through the crystal-clear ice coffin, one could see a beautiful red-clad lady lying quietly inside. One could see the cold air surrounding the red-clad lady's body, but it could not penetrate her body. If one looked closely, one could see it. The red-clad lady's body was covered in red mist and white mist. It seemed to have formed a barrier that completely blocked the cold air from the 10,000-year frost. It was the protective energy that was automatically released from the red-clad lady's body. With Tianwu's cultivation base at the 9th level void interpretation and the origin energy that has been fused with the fire spirit body's energy, not only will she not be attacked by the cold air while lying in the ice coffin made from 10,000-year-old frost, she'll be able to cultivate better. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was a satisfied smile. At this moment, the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family finally realized that Duan Lingtian needed the 10,000-year frost to make the ice coffin for the red-clad lady. However, they were puzzled. It was obvious that the red-clad lady's vitality was extremely strong. Why would Duan Lingtian hide it? Naturally, they did not dare to ask, even though they were puzzled. I also need some materials to inscribe inscriptions and set up inscription formations. The Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's treasure vault has them. Is it alright if I use them? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two old princes. No problem, no problem. The two old princes hurriedly waved their hands. Just take whatever you need. That's right. It doesn't matter even if you empty the treasure vault. The two old princes did not have any objections to Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void transformation stage. They did not dare to have any objections. Therefore, the rest of the matter was simple. Duan Lingtian began to select the materials before he began to inscribe and set up the inscription formation. Apart from inscribing the selected materials, Duan Lingtian also had to inscribe inscriptions on the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in to set up inscription formations. The first inscription formation was used to suppress the cold air on the ice coffin so that it would completely disappear. The second inscription formation was a defensive inscription formation. It allowed the ice coffin to have a strong defense. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, the defensive inscription formation he inscribed could only block the attack of an ordinary martial artist below the 7th level void transformation stage at most. If a martial artist above the 7th level void transformation stage attacked, the ice coffin would still be destroyed. The third inscription formation was a killing formation. It was the only killing formation that Duan Lingtian could set up with his current spiritual energy. To be more precise, it was the only killing formation in the rebirth martial emperor's memory that he could set up now. It was impossible for a single inscription to kill a martial artist who had entered the void. Chapter 1051. Naturally, the lethality of the killing formation formed by the inscriptions inscribed by Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy was limited. It could only kill martial artists below the 7th level void transformation stage. The killing formation that Duan Lingtian set up could not kill martial artists at the 7th level void transformation stage or above. It was not powerful enough. The power of an inscription formation was closely related to the spiritual energy of the inscription master who inscribed and set it up. Both were indispensable. My current spiritual energy is still too weak. I can only inscribe higher-level inscriptions and set up higher-level inscription formations when my spiritual energy is powerful. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. However, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. I can only raise the level of the inscription formation after my spiritual energy has improved in the future. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the ice coffin that was hovering in the air under his control. Xiongquan, let's go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished muttering to himself, he called out to Xiongquan and raised his hand to guide the ice coffin toward the side of the side palace's wall. The ice coffin seemed to have transformed into a crystal-clear lightning bolt. Boom! Wherever the ice coffin passed, the airflow would surge as it pierced a huge hole in one of the side palace's walls. Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan flew out as well. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian flew out, he guided the ice coffin and Xiongquan as well. The three of them transformed into 3 bolts of lightning and disappeared before the eyes of the 2 Dark Han Dynasty's old princes in just a blink of an eye. The 2 old men's mouths twitched when they saw the huge hole in the wall. Is this really a specially reinforced wall? One of the old men asked in a daze. It's said that even a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist would need at least half an hour to break through the wall. The other old man said in a daze, "No wonder. He's a 6th-level void transformation powerhouse. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist." In the end, the 2 old men realized the truth before their eyes. They could only smile wryly. Whoosh! 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 After the 3 bolts of lightning left the treasure vault in the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial palace, they did not leave the imperial city. Instead, they went to the Zhang clan's estate. Big Brother Zhang. After arriving at the Zhang clan's estate, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice reverberated in the air. There was a commotion in the Zhang clan's estate. Soon after, a figure flew over like a bolt of lightning and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was a young man who seemed to be in his middle age. "Brother Ling, what happened to Tian Wu?" The person was none other than Zhang Shouyong. As soon as he appeared, he instantly noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. It was the ice coffin. Who would carry an ice coffin around with them? Soon, Zhang Shouyong saw a person lying in the ice coffin, and it was someone he was extremely familiar with. His expression changed for a moment. Something happened to Tian Wu. She will be unconscious for a while. Although Duan Lingtian said it casually, Zhang Shouyong could sense it was not a simple matter. However, since Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he did not probe further. Through the ice coffin, he could see the origin energy that was constantly emanating from Feng, Tianwu's body. It formed a protective layer to resist the cold. The origin energy that was constantly pulsing was enough to show the vitality in Feng, Tianwu's body. "Brother Lingtian, you finally came to the capital. Since you're here at our Zhang clan's estate, why don't you stay for a while?" Zhang Shouyong invited passionately. "Tian Wu can also rest well." "Big Brother Zhang, there's no need for that. I came here to ask you if you and sister-in-law plan to return to the Blade Sect. If you want to go back, I can send you back and then go do my own thing." When Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit, there was a hint of eagerness in his tone. He was eager to bring Feng Tianwu to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as he obtained the royal grade resurrection pill left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he might be able to help Feng Tianwu heal her soul. Naturally, it was only a possibility. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, a large number of royal grade resurrection pills were needed to heal an injured soul. However, there were not many royal grade resurrection pills left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He did not know if it would be enough. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian wanted to give it a try. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure was originally his next stop. "Brother Lingtian, Cheonger and I won't be returning to the Blade Sect for the time being. I plan to stay and accompany her to every corner of the Dark Han Dynasty before we go to the other 9 great dynasties." A doting smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he mentioned Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian nodded. "If that's the case, we'll take our leave first." Then, without waiting for Zhang Shouyong's reply, Duan Lingtian brought the ice coffin with Feng Tianwu lying on it and Xiongquan. It was as though they had transformed into 3 bolts of lightning as they headed toward the northern desert. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful. Naturally, it was mainly because Duan Lingtian was flying too fast with the ice coffin and Xiongquan. They left a trail of dust in their wake, causing the bandits to avoid them. They realized that Duan Lingtian was not a pushover, so they did not dare to provoke him. Just like that, Duan Lingtian entered the northern desert again. Soon after he arrived at the first city, he went to when he first came to the foreign lands, the ancient desert city. At the same time, it was also the territory of the Skywolf Fort. Initially, he came to the ancient desert city to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by the Skywolf Fort. Whoosh! A soft sound came from the spacious restaurant. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a crystal-clear ice coffin flew into the restaurant and floated in front of a table by the window. At the same time, 2 people appeared at the table. One of them was a purple-clad young man who sat down while the other was a middle-aged man who stood behind him. That's an ice coffin? Look at the texture of the ice coffin. It seems to be made of 10,000 years old ice. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man's identity is not simple to be able to find a huge piece of 10,000 years old ice that can be used to make an ice coffin. The customers in the restaurant discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Xiongquan, sit down and eat. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan. Young master, I'm not hungry. Xiongquan stood behind Duan Lingtian obediently. He had no intention of sitting down. What? You're not going to listen to me anymore? Duan Lingtian said calmly. Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in Xiongquan's ears. He was so shocked that he shuddered and hastily sat on the other side of the table without any hesitation. Immediately after, Xiongquan called the waiter and ordered a table full of dishes. After the table was filled, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan began to sweep through the food. Before long, the 2 of them were almost done eating. Just as the 2 of them were about to pay the bill and leave, an ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice? Accompanied by a surprised voice, a figure approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked up and down at the ice coffin floating beside Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was directly ignored by the person. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a noble look on his face and obviously came from an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was his attire. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this attire. There was a wolf head emblem on his chest, and the wolf's eyes were bronze in color. A disciple of Skywolf Fort. The most surprising thing was the 2 old men following behind the middle-aged man. The 2 old men wore badges with the head of a gray wolf on their chests. The pupils of the gray wolf were all silver. The 2 old men were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. A disciple of Skywolf Fort was protected by 2 elders of Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that this disciple of Skywolf Fort was not simple. At the very least, his background was not simple. Xiongquan, let's go. However, even if he realized that this person's background was not simple, Duan Lingtian had no intention of staying. After calling out to Xiongquan, he took the lead and walked out of the restaurant. The ice coffin followed him wherever he went. What a beautiful woman! At this moment, the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with lust and greed when he saw the red-clad lady's peerless appearance. He could not wait to take her for himself and keep her as his exclusive property. Soon after, the disciple of Skywolf Fort noticed that Duan Lingtian was dragging the ice coffin out of the restaurant. Stop right there! Instantly, the Skywolf Fort's disciple flew out to block Duan Lingtian's path at the first possible moment, and he said with a cold voice, "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly put my cousin down. Otherwise, this young master will make you leave this place horizontally." The words of the Skywolf Fort's disciple had practically confirmed the fact that Duan Ling Tian wanted to abduct his cousin's sister. "Cousin." Duan Ling Tian smirked when he heard the disciple of Skywolf Fort's words. He knew what the disciple of Skywolf Fort was trying to do. However, he ignored the disciple and said coldly, "Scram! You have a death wish, boy." The Skywolf Fort's disciple had never been yelled at like this before, and his face couldn't help but go grim. After he shouted furiously, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept pounced towards Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Ling Tian smirked in disdain when he saw the disciple of Skywolf Fort's thunderous attack. He raised his hand and casually threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch that seemed as if it possessed the help of the gods seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer before the Skywolf Fort disciple could even touch the corners of Duan Ling Tian's clothes, and it fiercely descended onto his lower abdomen. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The disciple of Skywolf Fort was sent flying. The origin energy in his dantian leaked out without any reservation. It was as though a balloon had been punctured. Boom! The disciple of Skywolf Fort fell heavily on the ground. He only regained his senses after he felt dizzy for a while. When he realized that his dantian had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian's punch, his face flushed red. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "How dare you destroy my dantian? You're so cruel. You're so cruel." Cruel? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't take seriously. Chapter 1052. Whoosh! The ice coffin flew out of the restaurant under Duan Ling Tian's guidance. Just when Duan Ling Tian brought Xiong Quan along to follow up, two figures blocked their path. They were precisely the two old men who followed behind the Skywolf Fort's disciple. They were the two Skywolf Fort's elders. "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, the Skywolf Fort's disciple shouted hysterically at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Early on, when Duan Ling Tian crippled the Skywolf Fort's disciple's dantian, the expressions of the two Skywolf Fort's elders had already turned grim as they realized that they were going to suffer misfortune this time. They thought they had failed to protect the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The Skywolf Fort's disciple was not an ordinary person. Both of their faces turned grave when they heard the Skywolf Fort's disciple shout. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Without wasting any time, the origin energy in their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as they charged at Duan Lingtian. Boom! Boom! The two Skywolf Fort elders were fourth-level void transformation stage martial artists that had comprehended fourth-level void transformation concept. Even if they didn't utilize spirit weapons, they were still capable of drawing out a shocking phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when they attacked. When the two palms that were filled with origin energy covered the sky and the earth like palm leaf fans as they descended towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above their heads, there were thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Ling Tian together with them in an imposing manner. Boom! 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 When both of their palms descended on Duan Ling Tian like they were covering the sky and earth, it was no surprise that a series of air explosions were set off in the air, causing gusts of violent wind to wreak havoc in the entire restaurant. This young man is dead for offending the people from Skywolf Fort in the ancient desert city. That Skywolf Fort's disciple whose dantian was destroyed is protected by two Skywolf Fort's elders. It's obvious his identity is not simple. I'm afraid he's doomed. With his age, it's impossible for him to fight back against the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Everyone in the restaurant, without exception, had their robes fluttering in the wind. Many people with lower cultivations even squinted their eyes. Currently, the gazes that most people shot at Duan Lingtian seemed to contain a sense of pity. However, in the next moment, the pity in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs reverberated in the air like thunder in the restaurant's ears. They were shocked when they saw what happened. In the face of the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders' palms that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons, the purple-clad young man did not dodge at all. He struck out with both of his palms as though they had transformed into 2 lightning bolts. Before the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders' palms landed on his body, his palms had already landed on the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders' lower abdomens. That was where the Dantian was located. In the next moment, the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders were sent flying like arrows and landed on the ground with a loud crash. They were rolling on the ground in pain with cold sweat dripping down their backs. My origin energy! My origin energy! You're so ruthless! You're so ruthless! Subsequently, everyone was able to hear the miserable shrill cries of the 2 Skywolf Fort elders that were on the verge of hysteria. He destroyed the dantians of the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders? Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, they felt their scalps go numb. Then they looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. This young man, who looked at most 25 years old, had the strength to destroy 2 Skywolf Fort's elders. This shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. After making his move, Duan Lingtian did not look at the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant with a cold expression on his face. Wherever he passed, the onlookers in the restaurant would step aside and make way for him. Xiong Quan followed closely behind him. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Lingtian controlled the ice coffin as he brought Xiong Quan along and flew out of the ancient desert city. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon as though they had never been there. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, whoosh, a figure appeared out of thin air outside the restaurant. Then, as though he had transformed into a lightning bolt, he entered the restaurant. What's going on? The person who entered was an old man with a dignified expression. When he saw the 3 Skywolf Fort's elders lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically. It's the Deputy Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant saw the Skywolf's head badge on the old man's chest. The eyes on the Skywolf's head were golden, indicating the old man's identity. In Skywolf Fort, other than the elusive Fort Master, only the 5 Deputy Fort Masters were qualified to wear the Skywolf's head badge. Deputy Fort Master. At this moment, the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders who were lying on the ground helped each other up. They lowered their heads in shame in front of the old man. Humph. The old man snorted coldly. After glaring at the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders, he took a few steps forward and helped the disciple of Skywolf Fort up. Gina, are you all right? Uncle, avenge me! Avenge me! When the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the old man, it was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He said with grief and indignation, "It's Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu." At this moment, someone in the restaurant recognized the old man. Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 Deputy Fort Masters in Skywolf Fort, who's only below the elusive Fort Master? That's him. I've long guessed that the disciple of Skywolf Fort, who's protected by the 2 Skywolf Fort's elders, is not a simple person. I didn't expect him to be Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. That young man is too bold. He even dared to destroy the Dantian of Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. The people in the restaurant soon found out the identity of the old man and the disciple of Skywolf Fort, whose Dantian was destroyed. They were all shocked. Gina, your Dantian was destroyed? Luo Fu's expression changed drastically when he heard the whispers in the restaurant. He hurriedly infused his origin energy into the person in front of him to test him. Soon he confirmed it. Who did this? Luo Fu's eyes gleamed coldly. The energy in his body rolled out, causing the restaurant to be swept up by the wind again. Some of the people with lower cultivation base were directly blown to the ground. I don't know. The disciple of Skywolf Fort shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, but I don't think he's too far away. Whoosh! As soon as the disciple of Skywolf Fort finished his words, Luo Fu disappeared before the eyes of the people in the restaurant. In the north of the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was rushing with the ice coffin and Xiongquan. Initially, he could leave the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was sleeping in and bring the royal grade resurrection pill back to save her after he found the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure. However, Duan Lingtian was worried about leaving the ice coffin behind. In his opinion, he would only feel at ease if the ice coffin was in a place where he could see it. Tian Wu had become like this because of him. He did not want her to suffer any more harm. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped moving. Young master, what's wrong? Xiongquan looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. In the next second, Xiongquan got his answer before Duan Lingtian could reply. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in front of him, and a figure appeared out of thin air before him. It was an old man. How powerful! Xiongquan's eyes narrowed. The old man must be quite powerful to be able to appear out of thin air before him. However, it made sense when he thought about it. This was the foreign realm. He would not be able to capture the movements of a martial artist above the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian, it's you. The old man was Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, who had just rushed over from the ancient desert city. After leaving the restaurant, he asked the people outside and found out that the person who crippled his nephew was heading north. Therefore, he chased after him. However, he did not expect the person who crippled his nephew would be Duan Lingtian, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the old man in front of him. This vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was the only vice fort master who did not chase after him. He had seen him at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Duan Lingtian, why did you cripple my nephew's Dantian? Luo Fu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. If it was someone else who crippled his nephew's Dantian, he would have killed that person at lightning speed. However, the person standing in front of him was Duan Lingtian, an existence that he could not help but fear. Your nephew! Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he reacted. You're talking about that Skywolf Fort's disciple. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. Just like he said, what ability did a mere Skywolf Fort disciple possess to be able to make 2 elders of Skywolf Fort protect him? At that time, he knew the person's background was not simple. As it turned out, he was right. That disciple from Skywolf Fort was the nephew of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Since he's your nephew, I think you should know him well. Do you think he started the conflict between me and him, or me? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Luo Fu was stunned when he heard this. Naturally, he knew his nephew well. Ever since he came to Skywolf Fort 20 years ago, he had not been a person who knew his place. No matter what, your strength far surpasses his. He's no threat to you and the people around you. Don't you think you've gone overboard by crippling his Dantian? Luo Fu asked in a deep voice. Overboard. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within, and he asked word by word in a deep voice. If someone speaks rudely and blasphemes your woman, what will you do? Luo Fu's expression changed slightly. He finally noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The figure in the ice coffin attracted his attention. It was a woman in red with peerless beauty. Feng Tianwu, Blade Sect's disciple. Although he was not the one who hosted the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort, he had heard of Feng Tianwu and had seen Feng Tianwu at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was not ordinary. Senior Feng Tong from North Nether Sect didn't look for you. Chapter 1053. Naturally, this was only true for Duan Lingtian. From Luo Fu's point of view, he had asked this question after careful consideration. All of this was based on the fact that he had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had the mysterious Miss Shui Nai backing him up. Unless he could kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind, he would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian at all, unless he had a death wish. Today he had undoubtedly encountered an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind. Perhaps many people in the restaurant today knew about the conflict between his nephew and Duan Lingtian, but none of them knew that the person who had the conflict with his nephew was Duan Lingtian. Even he only found out that the person who had crippled his nephew's cultivation base was Duan Lingtian after he caught up to him. For this reason, if there were no accidents, nobody would know even if he killed Duan Lingtian now. It was precisely because he was worried that there would be accidents that he had asked such a question out of the blue. This was because some time ago, Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether Sect, had come to Skywolf Fort and asked the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, including himself, about Duan Lingtian's background. During this process, he could feel the cold killing intent in Feng Tong's eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Don't tell me that not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Izumo Sect's disciple in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he also killed the North Nether Sect's disciple? And now, the people from North Nether Sect are here to seek revenge from him? This was his first thought at the time, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Initially, he thought that since the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse had personally made a move, as long as Duan Lingtian was really in the Dark Han dynasty, and the powerhouse from the North Nether Sect found Duan Lingtian, it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would die. And now Duan Lingtian was alive and well. Therefore, he wanted to confirm something. Duan Lingtian wondered if he had met Feng Tong, the martial monarch of the North Nether Sect. If they had met before, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian had a strong cultivator protecting him in the dark. Otherwise, how could he have survived the attack of a martial emperor from the North Nether Sect? If he didn't, it could only be attributed to Duan Lingtian's luck. He, on the other hand, would kill Duan Lingtian without leaving a trace to avenge his nephew. He had to be cautious about this matter, because if he was not careful, he would very likely fall into a bottomless abyss. I hope it's the latter. When Luo Fu thought of this, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior Feng Tong from the North Nether Sect didn't look for you? Upon hearing Luo Fu's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and his face darkened slightly. The 2 people from the North Nether Sect found out the exact location of my hometown from the Skywolf Fort. 2 people from the North Nether Sect. 2 people. Luo Fu was completely certain of Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian must have met the martial monarch from the North Nether Sect, because when the martial monarch from the North Nether Sect arrived at the Skywolf Fort, there was another person with him. If Duan Lingtian did not meet the 2 people from the North Nether Sect, how could he say there were 2 people on the other side? However, when Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the coldness in his voice made Luo Fu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. They found out about your origin from the Blade Sect and came to the Skywolf Fort to confirm it. Luo Fu used the Blade Sect as a shield as he spoke. He was really worried Duan Lingtian would ask the hidden powerhouse, who was not afraid of the North Nethersex martial monarch, to make a move in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would definitely die. Humph! Duan Ling snorted coldly and looked at Luo Fu deeply before he continued to fly north. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ice coffin in which Feng Tianwu was lying and Xiong Quan were also brought along by him. Luo Fu, who was drenched in cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 streaks of light disappear into the north. He still had lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, the expert hiding in the dark didn't attack again. After muttering to himself, Luo Fu moved and disappeared on the spot as he returned to the ancient desert city. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was flying north at full speed, only slowed down after half an hour. Although he was not afraid of the earlier encounter, he was still slightly fearful. He was not afraid because he knew what he was going to do. Luo Fu was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. His strength was far from what he could compare to now. However, if he risked using the Devil Seal tablet, it would be easy for him to kill his opponent. In order to protect Tianwu, he did not mind using the Devil Seal tablet again, even if the outcome was that his emotions would be out of his control, and it was very likely that he would turn into a devil. Tianwu is willing to sacrifice her life for me. I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to become a devil for her. This was Duan Lingtian's thought. She's willing to die for me, and I'm willing to become a devil for her. I have no regrets. Naturally, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet if he did not have to. Due to this reason, he could not help but feel a little fearful when he thought about what had happened earlier when he escaped without using the Devil Seal tablet. North Nethersex Feng Tong. Unknowingly, he saved me once. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It was not hard to imagine. If Feng Tong knew what had happened to Duan Lingtian and that he had unknowingly saved Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Young master, where are we going now? On the way, Xiong Quan could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian. We can't go to the place we're going to for now. The most important thing now is to find a map of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian replied. Among the maps of the Cloud Continent, the one that covered the largest area he had ever seen was the Northern Desert and its surrounding areas. In the entire Cloud Continent, this small place was only a corner that wasn't worth mentioning. Duan Lingtian could not confirm where the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had hidden the great treasure from a map like this. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to find a more complete map. Only then would he be able to confirm the exact location of the great treasure left behind by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Only then would he be able to retrieve it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiong Quan nodded as though he understood. If we can't find what we're looking for in the Northern Desert, then we can only continue to head north. Duan Lingtian continued. Currently, he did not know where he was on Cloud Continent. However, he could sense that the general location of the center of Cloud Continent should be north of the Northern Desert. He just did not know if it was in the northeast or northwest. Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along and guided the ice coffin all the way north. Along the way, whenever they came across a city, Duan Lingtian would patiently stop and enter the city to see if he could find a general map of Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had returned to the restaurant in the ancient desert city. He didn't say anything before bringing along his nephew and the 2 elders of Skywolf Fort to directly leave the restaurant and return to the Skywolf Fort's base. Uncle, how was it? Did you kill him? Luo Jin, a disciple of Skywolf Fort, asked Luo Fu with a hopeful expression. Luo Fu sighed when he heard this. Luo Jin's expression changed when he saw this. He said anxiously, Uncle, don't tell me you didn't manage to catch up to him? It seems like he must have changed his direction at the last minute. How despicable. Luo Jin scolded Duan Lingtian for being despicable when he reached the end of his sentence. I caught up to him. Luo Fu said. You caught up to him? This time, apart from Luo Jin, even the other two elders of Skywolf Fort looked at Luo Fu in confusion. They wanted to know why Luo Fu sighed earlier. Did Luo Fu manage to kill the purple-clad young man or not? Yes, I caught up to him. Luo Fu nodded and shook his head under the expectant gaze of Luo Jin and the other two elders of Skywolf Fort. However, I didn't kill him. Luo Jin's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Dissatisfaction could be seen in his eyes. The other two elders of Skywolf Fort frowned. They could sense that something was amiss. As far as they knew, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a merciful person. Furthermore, this time, even his nephew's Dantian had been destroyed. He caught up to the culprit, but did not kill him? This puzzled them, no matter how they thought about it. Why? Luo Jin looked at Luo Fu with dissatisfaction and said angrily, Uncle, why didn't you kill him? Why? If it was someone else who dared to speak to him like this, as the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu would have killed him long ago. However, this person happened to be the son of his only family member in this world. He was the son of his biological sister. Jeaner, it's not that I didn't kill him. It's that I can't kill him and I don't dare to. Luo Fu sighed and explained his concerns. He also revealed the identity of Duan Lingtian. What? He's Duan Lingtian. The two elders of Skywolf Fort were shocked. Duan Lingtian was a familiar name to them. All those years ago, the person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by their Skywolf Fort was Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not stay in Skywolf Fort. Originally, the name Duan Lingtian had been gradually forgotten by them. However, a piece of news that came not long ago stunned them. The 20 most outstanding youths of Skywolf Fort were all killed by Duan Lingtian. At first, they thought it was just a rumor. However, along with the passage of time, they didn't see the strongest 20 people in the younger generation of Skywolf Fort, and those 20 people seemed as if they'd vanished into thin air. Chapter 1054. Uncle, he's Duan Lingtian. Why don't you kill him? He made a name for himself through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort. However, he chose to join the Blade Sect. He deserves to die. Luo Jin did not expect the person who crippled his cultivation base would be Duan Lingtian. He could not help but clench his teeth as he spoke. He was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Of course, I want to kill him. However, all of you only know one of the reasons. As for the reason, it's a long story. In short, you can just pretend that today's incident never happened. Luo Fu was frustrated as well. However, he had to be wary of the powerhouse hiding beside Duan Lingtian. It was because of that powerhouse that he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. According to his judgment, since that powerhouse could fight the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse, he must be a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Even if he and the entire Skywolf Fort were added together, they would not be enough to fill the gap between that powerhouse's teeth. After he finished speaking, Luo Fu flew away without waiting for Luo Jin and the other 2 Skywolf Fort elders to reply. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. It was as though he was never there. Sigh. At this moment, the 2 Skywolf Fort elders looked at each other before they sighed and left as well. If the Vice Fort Master could not avenge them, it was even more impossible for them to avenge themselves. At this moment, Luo Jin was the only one left. As if this never happened, Luo Fu's words echoed in Luo Jin's mind. His face turned gloomy and ugly. Impossible. Even if I have to return to that man's family and use up his promise to me, I'll never let that Duan Lingtian go. I, Luo Jin, will kill you, Duan Lingtian, even if I have to sacrifice everything. Luo Jin muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Heading north, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the northern region of the northern desert. This was also an area where the North Nether sect was the sole dominating force. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the last city in the northern part of the northern desert and continued to search for the map of the Cloud Continent. Shopkeeper, the area covered by your map is too small. Is there a map that covers a larger area? In a bookstore in the city, Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper. Sir, this is the largest map I've ever sold in my shop. The bookstore manager smiled bitterly. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was greatly disappointed. He immediately turned around and walked out, preparing to meet up with Xiong Quan, who was waiting for him outside the city, and continue heading north. Customer. Duan Lingtian had just stepped out of the bookstore when he heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Duan Lingtian halted his footsteps and looked at the source of the voice. It was the shopkeeper who called out to him. He could not help but ask curiously, Is there anything else, shopkeeper? Customer, I heard some people say that the second elder of the Zhang clan has obtained a map of the Ruo Shui River. Perhaps you can look for him. The bookstore manager said. Ruo Shui River? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Of course. He was familiar with the Ruo Shui River. It was a river that divided the Cloud Continent into the outer land and the inner land. The inner land was also known as the central region of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. Void transformation stage martial artists were everywhere, and void interpretation stage martial artists were as common as dogs. In that place, second-rate forces were nothing, let alone third-rate forces. Third-rate forces were like cannon fodder there. They were not worth mentioning at all. In my memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left the great treasure in the inner land. It's located on the side of the Ruo Shui River. If I know the exact map of the Ruo Shui River and my current location, it won't be difficult to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was moved. Shopkeeper, is the Zhang clan a clan in this city? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. However, the second elder of the Zhang clan is one of the best inscription masters in our city. He has a strange temper. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the map from him. Inscription master? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. After leaving the bookstore, Duan Lingtian followed the shopkeeper's instructions and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zhang clan's mansion. The Zhang clan was one of the most powerful clans in the city. It was said that there was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist in the clan. Their strength was only second to the third-rate forces in the northern desert. I'm looking for Elder Zanyu. At the entrance of the Zhang clan, Duan Lingtian was stopped by the Zhang clan's disciples. He was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled faintly and explained his purpose. Zan Yu was the second elder of the Zhang clan. Looking for our second elder? Who are you? Our second elder doesn't usually see guests. One of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. You mean an outsider? I'm different. I'm a friend of your second elder. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since the beginning, grinned. Good friend? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a few of the Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. How can a young man like you be a friend of the second elder? Get lost. How dare you trick our Zhang clan? You don't know what's good for you. If you don't leave, I'll make sure you don't leave. The Zhang clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. What? You don't believe I'm a friend of your second elder? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and took out a dozen mid-grade primal stones and began to inscribe inscriptions on them. His movements were elegant. He's inscribing inscriptions? The Zhang clan's disciples were shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw the young man in purple waving his sleeves. The mid-grade primal stones shot towards them. Oh no! Their expressions changed drastically. When they saw the primal stones land at their feet, they felt a flash in front of their eyes. It was as though they had been sent into another space where they could not see anything. After an unknown amount of time, when their eyes flashed again, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Zhang clan's residence. What's going on? The few of them looked at each other, unable to react to what had just happened. Oh no, the young man in purple is gone. He didn't break in, did he? No, we have to report this to the clan leader. 3 of the Zhang clan's disciples were on high alert. There's no need to go. The last Zhang clan's disciple shook his head and stopped the 3 of them. That person should really be a friend of the second elder. Huh? The 3 of them looked at him in confusion. How do you know? You should know that I've been studying the inscription technique. My attainment in the inscription technique is average, but I'm confident in my judgment. The latter's expression was solemn. Earlier, that young man inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in a short period of time and set up an illusory formation under our feet. He broke into our Zhang clan while we were confused by the illusory formation. However, an illusory formation formed by a dozen primal stones would collapse on its own. That's why we were able to escape from the illusory formation. The latter's words made sense. What? He inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in front of us and set up an illusory formation that can affect us? How long did he take? In an instant, the 3 of them were shocked. It was true that they were laymen in the inscription technique. However, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Even the second elder wouldn't be able to inscribe and set up an inscription formation that can affect us in such a short period of time. One of the Zhang clan's disciples gulped. That young man's attainment in the inscription technique seems to be higher than the second elder's. I presume such an inscription master should be a friend of the second elder. Soon, the Zhang clan's disciples no longer doubted the purple-clad young man's identity. However, they were still surprised. How could there be such a young inscription master? Maybe he's a demon. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Duan Lingtian used a dozen mid-grade primal stones to inscribe and set up an illusory formation. After confusing the Zhang clan's disciples at the entrance, he entered the Zhang clan's mansion. Along the way, Duan Lingtian managed to find out the whereabouts of the Zhang family's second elder from the servants and maids he met. Although the servants and maids thought Duan Lingtian was a stranger, they thought Duan Lingtian was the Zhang clan's guest when they saw Duan Lingtian walking freely in the Zhang clan's mansion. Duan Lingtian followed the path and arrived at the mansion where the second elder lived. It was a mansion within a mansion. The door was wide open, and a slovenly old man holding a wine gourd leaned against the door. When Duan Lingtian approached, the slovenly old man put down the wine gourd in his hand and locked his eyes on Duan Lingtian. 7th level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His spiritual energy immediately detected the old man's cultivation base. Duan Lingtian did not dislike the slovenly old man holding the wine gourd. He still remembered. When he first met Zhang Shouyong in the ancient city of Everlast, Zhang Shouyong was also slovenly and held a wine gourd in his hand. The slovenly old man gave Duan Lingtian a sense of familiarity. Who are you? Why are you here? The slovenly old man asked when he saw Duan Lingtian arriving at the mansion he was guarding. His voice was calm, but filled with killing intent. I'm looking for Zhang Yu, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Zhang Yu. Chapter 1055. You don't welcome me. Duan Lingtian grinned and continued to walk toward the slovenly old man who was standing at the entrance of the mansion within the mansion. With every step he took, the purple robe on his body fluttered. It was like balls of purple flames that were constantly rising and emitting waves of terrifying aura. When the slovenly old man saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his words, his face turned grave. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He did not swallow it, but merely kept it in his mouth. All of a sudden, "Go back!" A voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to jolt. At the same time when Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, the slovenly old man made his move. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out the wine that he had swallowed earlier. The wine shot out from his mouth like a sharp arrow that was swift like the wind. The wine that seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow had raging and skyrocketing flames on its way, and it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, transforming into a flaming arrow that shot out menacingly. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. 1,800 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons appeared out of thin air and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. 7th level void transformation stage. 7th level advanced fire concept. The former was equivalent to 1,000 ancient, horned dragon strength. The latter was equivalent to 800 ancient, horned dragon strength. Of course, the slovenly old man still held back even after he had exerted the strength of 1,000 ancient, horned dragons. After all, it was impossible for a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist like him to have only comprehended one concept. However, in his opinion, the strength that he had exerted now was enough to easily deal with the arrogant kid. However, the slovenly old man soon realized he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. How's this possible? The slovenly old man who originally thought he would be able to see Duan Lingtian being pierced by the flaming arrow looked at the scene before him in a daze. He was dumbstruck. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with disbelief. In the distance, the attack he unleashed was instantly defeated. The 1,800 silhouettes of ancient, horned dragons vanished along with it. A moment ago, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not see the arrow of wine that was shot out of the scruffy old man's mouth. He continued to walk towards the scruffy old man. Just as the flaming arrow was about to pierce through his chest, he finally made a move. Whoosh! He raised his hand at lightning speed and pointed his finger at the sharp arrow that contained the strength of 1,800 ancient, horned dragons. The condensed energy shot out from the tip of his finger and easily destroyed the sharp arrow that was condensed from wine. Boom! With a loud sound, Duan Lingtian used a finger to neutralize the sloppy old man's attack. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian attacked at lightning speed. Even the power of heaven and earth could not react in time, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian was so fast that even the slovenly old man could not see it clearly. Due to this reason, the slovenly old man found it unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The slovenly old man suddenly straightened his back and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Why are you looking for my master? I'm a nameless person. I want to borrow something from him to read. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stomped his foot and instantly transformed into a hurricane. He disappeared before the slovenly old man's eyes at lightning speed, causing the slovenly old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, he hurriedly chased after Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind him. In the spacious mansion within a mansion, the front courtyard was lush with flowers and plants. There was a pavilion in the middle. A gray-clad old man stood there with a frown on his face as though he was thinking about something. Suddenly, the gray-clad old man seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and looked out of the pavilion. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was a purple figure. The gray-clad old man was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man before him. The purple-clad young man's speed was so fast that he only reacted when the purple-clad young man was in front of him. This undoubtedly showed that the purple-clad young man's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had undoubtedly passed the test of his old brother, who had followed him for many years to be able to barge into his mansion. His old brother's strength was not much weaker than his. "Are you a demon?" the gray-clad old man asked. "Do I look like a demon to you?" The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, who had barged in. After hearing the gray-clad old man's words, he asked with a strange look in his eyes. When the gray-clad old man heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Then he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise, "Could it be that you're not a demon?" The purple-clad young man before him looked to be about 25 years old. If he was not a demon, but a human martial artist, then his actual age would not be more than 30 years old. After living for so long, he still had a discerning eye. However, he could not help but feel that it was unbelievable for someone who was not more than 30 years old to have such strength. After all, even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force in the Northern District of the Northern District, North Nether Sect, did not have such strength when he was 37 years old. This was also the reason why he thought the other party was a demon. Based on the strength displayed by the other party and his young appearance, it was hard not to suspect that he was not a human, but a demon. "It doesn't matter if I'm a demon or not. The reason I'm here is to borrow something from you." Duan Lingtian did not answer the gray-clad old man's question. He was the second elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Yu. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated his intention. "Master." At this moment, the disheveled old man had also arrived. He stood in front of Zhang Yu as though he was willing to be his shield. "May I know what you want to borrow from me?" Zhang Yu asked with narrowed eyes. His expression was calm, and he did not panic at all. "I heard that you obtained a map that covers the Ruo Shui River not long ago. I came here precisely to borrow that map from you, to look through it, and I'll return it to you after looking through it for the time of 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and said bluntly. Both the disheveled old man and Zhang Yu were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian had only come to borrow a map. "So you're here for the map." After a while, Zhang Yu was the first to regain his senses. He shook his head and smiled. "This is just a small matter to me. It's not worth mentioning. However, since you want to borrow the map from me, regardless of whether it's a small matter or not, you owe me a favor. May I know, if I lend you the map, how will you repay the favor?" Zhang Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with interest and asked teasingly. Naturally, although he said that, he did not think that way. He only wanted to see how this ridiculously young powerhouse in front of him would respond to him. To him, lending the map in his hand to the other party for 20 breaths of time was as easy as lifting a finger, and it wasn't a big deal. However, since the other party had barged into his residence, he had to make things difficult for the other party. Favor? Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Zhang Yu's words. He seemed to be prepared as he said nonchalantly, "I've heard that you're quite accomplished in the inscription Dao. How about this? Lend me the map for 20 breaths of time, and I'll solve a difficult problem in the inscription Dao for you." Duan Lingtian's words were spoken in an extremely casual and carefree manner. However, when Zhang Yu heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Humph, you think you're worthy to talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master? In the entire Northern Desert, only the 2 inscription masters from North Nether Sect and Anika Sect are qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as my master in the inscription Dao. You're showing off your slight skill in front of an expert when you talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master. What a joke!" The disheveled old man sneered before Zhang Yu could speak. In the entire Northern Desert, there are only 2 inscription masters who can be mentioned in the same breath as him. Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully when he heard the disheveled old man's words. "You're just a frog in a well. A frog in a well." Duan Lingtian's words angered the disheveled old man so much that his face turned red. His origin energy that had merged with the fire concept was stirred, but he did not make a move. He did not dare to make a move. He had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. He reckoned only the Grand Elder who had entered the 9th level Void Transformation stage and comprehended the 9th level Void Transformation concept could deal with him in the Zheng clan. You seem to be very confident in your attainment in the inscription Tao. If that's the case, I'd like to ask for your guidance. Zhang Yu was completely convinced by the strength of the purple-clad young man before him. However, the purple-clad young man's words that questioned his attainment in the inscription Tao made him feel embarrassed. He had devoted his life to studying the inscription Tao, and he was confident that he had accomplished a lot. At the very least, he had never seen anyone who could subdue him in the Tao of inscriptions. Due to this reason, he was very confident in his attainment in the inscription Tao. Yet today, someone questioned his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, and it caused him to be unable to sit still any longer. Ask for guidance? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Zhang Yu's words. What? You were so full of yourself earlier, and now you don't dare to ask my master for guidance? The disheveled old man seized the opportunity to mock Duan Lingtian. Even Zhang Yu had a hint of disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had the same thought as the disheveled old man. When did I say I don't dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the disheveled old man expressionlessly before he looked at Zhang Yu and said calmly, I'll borrow the map in your hand to read for 20 breaths. In return, I'll answer a difficult question you've encountered in the inscription Tao. As for giving you guidance, that's impossible. I'm a person who will never make a loss in a transaction. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Chapter 1056. Duan Lingtian's words were very clear. I can answer one of your questions on the Tao of inscription, but I can't give you any more pointers. I don't do business at a loss. At this moment, Zhang Yu finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he shook his head. It was not that he did not dare to, but he felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he gave him pointers. Everyone knows how to boast. The slovenly old man sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was just boasting. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at Zhang Yu and said calmly, All right, you can ask me a question that you've encountered on the Tao of inscription. I'll answer it for you. When Zhang Yu saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but feel a little shaken. Could it be that this young man is really an unfathomable inscription master? Did he make a mistake? When he recalled that he had encountered a question on the Tao of inscription that had troubled him for many years, his eyes lit up. He asked bluntly, I wonder if you know anything about the round shield formation? The round shield formation. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said slowly, The round shield formation belongs to the defensive type of inscription formation. Those with spiritual energy above the void transformation stage can inscribe and set up. This inscription formation is not difficult at all. The round shield formation was indeed not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, when he was setting up the defensive inscription formation for the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was in a deep slumber, he did not even bother to use the round shield formation. Instead, he used another defensive inscription formation that was even better. Not difficult at all. When Duan Lingtian explained the round shield formation in a methodical manner, Zhang Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Tao of inscription was high. When he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. In fact, he was currently stumped by the round shield formation. To be more precise, he was stumped by one of the many inscription formations that formed the round shield formation. What? You're the best inscription master in the northern desert. Don't tell me that you can't even set up a round shield formation? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Zhang Yu and asked mockingly, I I don't have a good grasp of one of the inscription formations. Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. Is it the array of the earth? Duan Lingtian asked again. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sloppy old man's expression did not change. However, Zhang Yu's expression changed, and he asked in shock, How did you know? At this moment, he faintly realized that the attainments of the purple-clad young man before him in the Tao of Inscriptions might really be extraordinary. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to inscribe the earth formation. However, you'll have to pay attention to the technique to perfectly integrate it into the round shield formation. If you can't control it well, it'll be impossible for you to perfectly integrate the earth formation into the round shield formation. The earth formation is the core of the round shield formation. If you can't even solve this problem, it'll be impossible for you to set up the round shield formation. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Please enlighten me, Master. Zhang Yu's expression changed when Duan Lingtian was halfway through his sentence. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, waiting for Duan Lingtian to enlighten him. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He knew that this frighteningly young man in front of him was truly capable and was not deliberately mystifying. How's this possible? The sloppy old man standing at the side narrowed his eyes in shock. He looked at the purple-clad young man before him in disbelief. He did not expect this at all. This young man, who was far more powerful than him, would have such a high attainment in the Tao of Inscriptions as well. His master was already convinced. I'll only say this once. Remember it well. It was not difficult for the formation of Earth to perfectly merge with the formation of Round Shield, as long as you use your spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian told Zhang Yu the solution, one by one. As for whether Zhang Yu could understand, it was not something he could control. Zhang Yu fell into deep thought after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Map. Duan Lingtian did not plan to wait for him. He immediately spoke to wake him up. Zhang Yu's expression darkened when he was awakened. He hated it when people disturbed him when he was thinking. However, when he regained his senses and saw the person who had awakened him, the gloominess on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. Master, this is the map. Then he hurriedly took out the map he had obtained some time ago and handed it to Duan Lingtian. After handing the map to Duan Lingtian, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. He kept thinking about what Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened up the map, and his face that was originally filled with joy. After he carefully looked at the map, his face sank slightly and he frowned. Ruo Shui River, there's only a corner? How can I tell? Duan Lingtian realized that although the map could pinpoint his location and the location of the Ruo Shui River, there was only a small corner. It was difficult to see the entire Ruo Shui River. Because of this, he could not pinpoint the location of the great treasure hidden by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. A moment later, 10 breaths passed. Help me return it to him. Duan Lingtian tossed the map to the slovenly old man as though he was throwing trash. He was very disappointed. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who tossed the map away like it was trash, when the slovenly old man received the map, it was as if he had obtained a precious treasure, and he was extremely careful. When he held the map firmly, he heard a short-lived whistling sound in his ears. Then he realized that the purple-clothed young man from before had completely disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. He should be a demon, right? The slovenly old man thought to himself. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man looked to be around 25 years old, but his strength had already surpassed him. That was not all. The purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao had actually surpassed his master. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. On the Cloud Continent, there were 4 types of people because of the different areas they focused on. The first type of people were those who focused on the martial Tao. They focused on improving their cultivation base and comprehending concept and profundity. They would try their best to possess a powerful strength before they died. They were the most common type of people. The second type of people were those who focused on the weapon refinement Tao. They were called weapon craftsmen. They focused on weapon refinement and worked hard to refine a higher grade spirit weapon. The third type of people were those who focused on the medicine refinement Tao. They were called alchemists. They were similar to weapon craftsmen. The fourth type of people were called inscription masters. They focused on the inscription Tao. If the purple-clad young man was a human, his terrifying strength could already be considered heaven-defying. Not only that, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. In his opinion, it was impossible for a human martial artist to achieve such great achievements in two aspects at such a young age. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was a demon and not a human. After all, when a demon had just broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into a demon, he could choose to transform into any appearance he wanted. Even a 100-year-old demon could transform into the appearance of an innocent child as long as it wanted to. Time passed by quietly. 2 hours later, Zhang Yu finally snapped out of his deep thoughts and muttered, I see, thank you, big. Just when Zhang Yu snapped back to his senses and was about to thank the purple-clad young man who had helped him solve his problem, he realized the purple-clad young man had already disappeared. Where's that master? Zhang Yu immediately looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously, Master, that big master left 2 hours ago. The unkempt old man said truthfully, Why didn't you ask him to stay? Zhang Yu said anxiously, That master's attainment in the inscription Tao is something I've never seen before. If I can ask him to stay in the Zhang family for a while, my attainment in the inscription Tao will definitely improve. Where did the master go? Zhang Yu looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously, I don't know. The unkempt old man did not expect his master to be so agitated. He was at a loss and could only reply with a wry smile on his face. Sigh. Zhang Yu stood on the spot. His face turned green and white. In the end, he sighed. I'm the one who ruined my own opportunity. If I didn't ask the master to do me a favor, he wouldn't have been so calculative with me. I really shot myself in the foot. When Zhang Yu reached the end of his sentence, he had a helpless expression on his face. Master, that master's attainment in the inscription Tao is really that high. The unkempt old man could not help but ask. He was not an inscription master, so he was not familiar with the inscription Tao. Due to this reason, he could not determine how high the purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao was. I admit that I'm not as good as him. What do you think? Zhang Yu said as he looked at the unkempt old man. What? The unkempt old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Zhang Yu's words. Although he knew his master had a high opinion of the purple-clad young man, he did not expect it to be so high. His master's attainment in the inscription Tao was not as good as the purple-clad young man's. Go and see if you can find the master. If you can find him, you must invite him back respectfully. If you can't find him, it means I'm not fated with the master. Zhang Yu instructed the unkempt old man before he sighed. Yes. The unkempt old man did not dare to delay and left in a hurry. With the master's guidance, I'm confident I'll be able to inscribe and set up the round shield formation. Chapter 1057. After Duan Lingtian left the Zheng clan, he left the city and met up with Xiongquan. Xiongquan was placed in a secluded cave in the mountains outside the city. He even placed the ice coffin where Feng Tianwu was sleeping in there. For the sake of their safety, he had specially set up a killing formation outside the cave. Young master. Xiongquan's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and lifted his hand. An invisible energy surged out and led Xiongquan and the ice coffin out of the cave. They left the mountain and continued to head north. According to the map, I'm heading in the right direction. The Ruashui River is over there. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and thought in his heart. Although the map he saw in the Zhang clan was not the map he wanted, it still marked the area from here to the Ruashui River. It gave him a certain understanding of the surrounding area. After exiting the northern desert and continuing north, they still had to pass through 5 vast regions similar to the northern desert before they could reach the Ruashui River. On the way, Duan Lingtian took out the strange stone platform he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He obtained the strange stone platform from the 2nd level of Qingfeng Palace. The reason he put it away was because there was a miraculous inscription formation inside, and it was able to combine the energy within the numerous origin stones before unleashing it. Its power would be raised to a terrifying level. If the origin energy within the bodies of a group of people is able to converge onto a single person through this inscription formation, then to what terrifying extent would that person's strength rise to? This was the reason why Duan Lingtian kept the stone platform. He wanted to study the inscription formation in it and see if it could fulfill his wish of joining forces with a group of 9th-level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had fused with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was equivalent to reincarnation Emperor Wu in certain aspects. Therefore, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions were extremely profound. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to study the inscription formation on the stone platform. This inscription formation can easily gather the energy contained in the origin stones, but it can't do the same for the origin chi of humans or demonic beasts. After a few days of research, Duan Lingtian confirmed this and was immediately disappointed. Moreover, even primordial stones need to be completely gathered together in order to combine the power contained within them and display a powerful attack. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed this. At this time, he also realized his idea of gathering multiple martial artists and combining their strengths through this inscription formation was very immature. As for the primordial stones, there is no way to gather their power on a human warrior. After all, human warriors are made of flesh and blood. It's impossible for them to withstand the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. If they're not careful, they'll be killed in the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Therefore, unless I can create my own puppet and let the puppet combine the power contained in the origin stones through the inscription formation to display the strongest power, otherwise, it's almost impossible for me to use this inscription formation. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, it was difficult for it to go away. Create a puppet. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. I have a rough understanding of the inscription formation in the stone platform now. As long as I have enough materials, I can inscribe and set it up on my own. Besides that, I'm entirely capable of using other inscription formations to create puppets, and then using this inscription formation to allow the puppets to possess extraordinary strength. However, the power contained in the mid-grade origin stones is limited. No matter how many there are, the increase in the puppet's strength will be extremely slow and limited. What I need to do now is to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones so that I can increase the puppet's strength by a large margin. Duan Lingtian's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had a new goal. The most important thing for this goal was to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones. This was the prerequisite. With the energy contained in the high-grade origin stones as the foundation, he would combine the energy of the high-grade origin stones through the inscription formation in the strange stone platform and display it through the puppet. At that time, as long as I have enough high-grade origin stones, the puppet will be able to display even more powerful strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. To him, creating a puppet was not difficult at all. He only needed to prepare some materials and inscribe and set up the inscription formation. All of these were recorded in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. However, high-grade origin stones are too rare. Even the 3 old men's spatial rings did not have many high-grade origin stones. There were only slightly over 300 high-grade origin stones in total. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. The 3 old men he mentioned were naturally the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. The 3 martial monarch powerhouses who died in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Apart from Tong Shan's spatial ring, which he had kept earlier, Baiyu Hai and Feng Tong's spatial rings were also in his possession through Li Xian. However, the total amount of origin stones in the hands of these 3 martial monarchs was only slightly more than 300 pieces. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, when he was still in the Dark Han dynasty's Crimson Sky Kingdom, he worked hard for gold and silver. Later on, when he stood on the stage of the Dark Han dynasty, gold and silver were no longer of any use to him. Currently, his desire for high-grade origin stones was similar to his desire for gold and silver when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Right now, I need a large amount of high-grade origin stones and some materials. It's time for me to find a place to settle down. With my current strength, it's quite risky to cross the Ruo Shui River and enter the central area of the Cloud Continent. Moreover, Xiongquan and I also need to improve our strength. Now, it's time for my Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist identities to be put to good use. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he made up his mind. However, even if I'm looking for a place to settle down, I should look for the most powerful force near the Ruo Shui River. Only a powerful force can satisfy my needs. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer hesitated and brought Xiongquan and the ice coffin along as he sped up and headed north. The speed he was displaying now was much faster than before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian left the northern desert. When he left the northern desert, a figure flew out of the ancient desert city in the southern area of the northern desert. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. When the figure flew, he was dragging another person along with him. "Jean, are you sure you want to go back?" The old man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked solemnly, "Uncle, my Dantian has been destroyed and my cultivation base is gone. It's meaningless for me to stay in Skywolf Fort. I want to go back to my mother's side." The middle-aged man said solemnly, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you." The old man was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. As for the middle-aged man he was dragging along, he was his nephew, Luo Jin. Luo Jin had the same surname as Luo Fu because he took his mother's surname. "Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. You destroyed my cultivation base. Now, it doesn't matter if I go back or not. When I go back, I'll tear you into 1,000,000 pieces and burn your bones to ashes at all costs." Luo Jin roared in his heart. At the same time, a purple figure that he loathed appeared in his mind, causing his expression to turn ugly and causing him to grit his teeth even more. Not long after Luo Fu and Luo Jin left Skywolf Fort and the ancient desert city, whoosh! A gust of wind whistled in the air, and a figure shot into the ancient desert city like a bolt of green lightning and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort. Since it was high up in the sky, it did not attract the attention of the people in Skywolf Fort. Only 4 figures shot up into the sky and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort in just a blink of an eye. Presently, there was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure for standing in the sky above Skywolf Fort, and there was a crescent-shaped mark between the brows of this demon wolf. The crescent-shaped mark was green in color. Fort Master. The 4 people who appeared in the sky above Skywolf Fort were the other 4 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort other than Luo Fu. They bowed respectfully to the demon wolf that was covered in azure fur. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a human, but a demon wolf? Yes. The demon wolf nodded. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into an old man dressed in green. The fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf. At this moment, there was still a trace of lingering fear on Green Wolf's face. It's a good thing the old ancestor came in time. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by those two young ladies. Thinking of the two young ladies he had served during this period of time, Green Wolf couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to recall the painful experience during this period of time. If it was possible, he hoped that this experience would disappear from his mind forever. "Where's Luo Fu?" Green Wolf frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the four people in front of him. "Fort Master, my master has sent his nephew home." Feng Wei, the last of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, hurriedly said when he saw Green Wolf's unstable emotions. Green Wolf nodded nonchalantly and asked, "How's your harvest from Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Did you obtain any profundity fragments that I can use?" Chapter 1058. When they heard Qing Lang and saw the yearning that filled Qing Lang's eyes, Feng Wei and the other vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort lowered their heads as the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Qing Lang's face sank when he saw the bitterness that appeared on their faces. "What? There's no profundity fragment that I can use?" "Fort Master." Under the indication of Ning Can's group of 3, Feng Wei summoned up the courage to look at Qing Lang and laughed bitterly. "We didn't obtain anything from the secret treasure of Emperor Wu, let alone a profundity fragment. It isn't just that all the 20 young experts that entered the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from Skywolf Fort have died there." Feng Wei finished speaking in a single breath, and then he looked at Qing Lang with a perturbed expression. Qing Lang stood there with a calm expression, yet killing intent was concealed within his expression. Especially his eyes, they had become extremely sharp now, and they seemed to be filled with coldness as if they were choosing to swallow someone up. "Why is it like this?" Qing Lang asked with a low voice. "Fort Master, they died at the hands of the same person." Feng Wei laughed bitterly. At the same time, a violet-colored figure appeared in Feng Wei's mind. He'd met the owner of the violet-colored figure early on when the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Later on, the violet-colored figure had suppressed the 10 young experts and obtained the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Practically at the instant Feng Wei finished speaking, an extremely formidable, imposing aura suddenly gushed out from Qing Lang's body, and it caused the surrounding clouds and mist to shake. "Who is it?" Qing Lang's voice was icy cold and contained ghastly killing intent. "Duan Lingtian." Feng Wei sighed. "Duan Lingtian?" When he heard Feng Wei, the coldness that covered Qing Lang's face vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by astonishment. "The person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort? He's the big brother Ling Tian that little Grandaunt mentioned." As he finished speaking, the figure of a yellow-colored young woman appeared in Qing Lang's mind, and his body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. "Yes." Feng Wei hurriedly nodded. "You didn't do anything to that Duan Lingtian, did you?" Right at this instant, Qing Lang's gaze became fierce as he swept Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other 3 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort before he asked in a low voice. "No." The 4 of them hurriedly shook their heads. "That's good. Remember, when facing that Duan Lingtian, don't take any chances. The methods of the person behind that little Grandaunt are beyond your imagination." As Green Wolf spoke, his expression became extremely solemn. When his words entered into the ears of Feng Wei's group of 4, it caused them to be unable to refrain from looking at each other, and they were able to see fear in each other's eyes. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end, should we tell the fort master about our pursuit of Duan Lingtian? The four of them conversed privately via voice transmissions. I don't think we'd better tell him. Given Castle Lord's fear of Miss Xuanai, if he knows about it, will definitely suffer. That's right, I can't tell you. In next to no time, the four of them came to a consensus. On the other hand, Qing Lang, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, was kept in the dark as well. In the sky near the northern area of the northern desert, 3 figures flashed swiftly through the sky. The people in the lead were 2 young women, and an old woman in green clothes followed behind them. The old woman had an expressionless face, yet every single movement she made wasn't like the 2 young women that caused the clouds and mist all along the way to move. Everywhere she passed, it seemed as if even the airflow in the air wasn't affected by her. Qing knew, let me stay here for a period of time. I still haven't found Big Brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clothed young woman turned around to look at the old woman, and her mischievous eyes spun as she spoke pitifully. Young miss, then don't make it difficult for me. Master is extremely unhappy that you brought young Miss Shui away from home this time, and he asked me to bring both of you back at the first possible moment. When the old woman looked at the yellow-clothed young woman, her eyes were filled with tender love, yet as she finished speaking, she felt slightly helpless. The yellow-clothed young woman was none other than Han Xuanai. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Han Xuanai's little head drooped listlessly. Father is so annoying. Even when I came out to relax, he still cares. Humph. When I return, I won't speak to him for a month. No, I won't speak to him for 2 months. When Han Xuanai's mutterings entered the ears of the young woman and the old woman, they could not help but smile wryly at each other. Qing knew, have little gold, little black, and little white come out from that place. Soon after, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something. She lifted her head, and the gloominess from before was swept away. Her mischievous eyes turned to look at the old woman in green. There was a hint of anxiousness on her delicate face. Not yet. The old woman in green shook her head. Can they come out safely? Han Xuanai asked worriedly. Those 2 little pythons ought to be fine. Their bloodlines from before had already attained the level of a variant Saint Beast's descendant, and it isn't impossible for them to transform into variant Saint Beasts at that place. The old woman said, What about Little Gold? Han Xuanai's delicate face went slightly pale, and she asked with an anxious expression, It won't be in trouble, right? If something really happens to it, how should I explain it to Big Brother Ling Tian? It's hard to say. That little gold mouse is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a saint beast. Its bloodline is relatively fixed, and it's much more difficult for it to transform into a saint beast compared to the 2 little pythons. The old woman shook her head, and her words revealed that she wasn't certain. What will happen if it can't transform? Han Xuanai asked. It'll be a dead end. As a demon that had once entered that place, the old woman knew the details of that place. It'll be a dead end. These 4 short words shocked Han Xuanai to the point her face went pale. Little Gold, nothing must happen to you. After a long while, Han Xuanai took a deep breath and muttered. Young miss, it's time for us to depart, the old woman said calmly. The old woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air with the 2 girls without anyone seeing her do anything. It was as though they had never appeared before. In a place far away from the northern desert, there was an extremely luxurious and magnificent palace on an island suspended in midair. At this moment, there were 2 figures standing in the sky above the palace. The 2 figures were leaning against each other. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in green, and he was a young man. He stood there with a graceful bearing. The outline of his face was perfect, as though it had been sculpted countless times. His sword-like eyebrows were straight, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Under his sword-like eyebrows His seemingly calm eyes were staring into the distance. There seemed to be strands of green energy pulsating in them. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if they could see through everything. The woman next to him was dressed in green. Her peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation seemed to overshadow everything in the surroundings. When she stood next to him, they were a match made in heaven. "Brother Fong, you should bring Tian over as well. I'm worried about leaving him alone there." The woman's voice was like an orchid as she spoke softly. "Ro, you finally brought this up. However, there's a reason why I left Tian over there. If it's for his own good, you should look on the bright side." The man said, "Brother Fong, I know you left Tian over there to train him. However, even if he's over here, can't he still train? Moreover, Tian is under our eyes here after all. I'm more at ease." The woman said again, Of course, I've thought about what you said. However, if I bring Tian over from there, it'll be more harm than good to him. As for the reason, I don't know how to describe it. When you see Tian again in the future, you'll naturally understand everything." The man said, "But Tian is alone over there. What if something happens to him?" The woman said worriedly, "Don't worry. I've left 3 Dao talismans for him. They can save his life 3 times. The man comforted her. "What if he uses up all the Dao talismans? Then he can only rely on himself. Can't you send someone to protect him? You can protect him secretly. Those 3 Dao talismans are already the limit of my interference in his life. He'll have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. How can I, Duan Roofing's son, be an ordinary person? What if something happens to him? We have to trust him." After leaving the northern desert, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination after traveling north for a few months. It was an area adjacent to the Ruo Shui River. This place was also known as the Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. Back then, when Tian Wu, Uncle Fong, and I were on our way to the ancient desert city, the siblings that Uncle Fong saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the ice coffin hovering next to him. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad woman lying in the ice coffin. The Northern Mountains, Lu clan? I wonder if the Lu clan is ranked high among the numerous forces in the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. This was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Northern Mountain Land. The reason he knew this place was called the Northern Mountain Land was because the Northern Mountain Land was marked on the map that he had borrowed from the Zheng clan previously. To the north of the Northern Mountain Land was the Ruo Shui River. Although the Northern Mountain Land is marked on the map, there's no detailed description of the Northern Mountain Land. I'll have to go there myself if I want to understand the Northern Mountain Land, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Xiong Quan and the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in, Duan Lingtian began to search his surroundings in an attempt to find a city in the Northern Mountain Land. After spending half a day, he finally found a city. It was a small city in the south of the Northern Mountain Land. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Xiong Quan, let's enter the city. Chapter 1059. Whoosh! After Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan entered the city, the ice coffin that followed them like a shadow quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. The ice coffin was too eye-catching. Even so, not many people took a second look at the ice coffin. In this world where the strong were respected, one had to be careful no matter what one did. If one was not careful, one could be doomed eternally. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan entered a restaurant and found a seat by the window. Boom! Under Duan Lingtian's control, the ice coffin landed steadily on the table next door. In an instant, all the customers in the restaurant looked over. What a beautiful woman! Some of the sharp-eyed people quickly saw the woman in red lying in the ice coffin. Even with the ice coffin between, the woman in red's peerless beauty, could not be hidden. She's full of vitality. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? Many people were puzzled. Maybe she's suffering from some incurable disease. Someone guessed. Regardless, the appearance of the ice coffin had become the most eye-catching scene in the restaurant, attracting the attention of all the patrons. Such a scene was not common. However, Duan Lingtian's action of bringing the ice coffin along and occupying another table was undoubtedly a little overbearing. "Sir, you!" Soon the restaurant owner instructed the waiter to come over and look at Duan Lingtian. "I'll pay for 2 tables of wine when I settle the bill." Duan Lingtian interrupted the waiter. Naturally, he could guess what the waiter wanted to say. The waiter wanted to say that he had occupied another table and was affecting their business. Both the waiter and the restaurant owner were speechless. After ordering some dishes and asking the waiter to prepare them, Duan Lingtian leaned against the window and narrowed his eyes at the passers-by outside the restaurant. He had a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he finally calmed down a little. When he was outside, he would often encounter rampant bandits, so he did not dare to relax easily. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Young master, what's our next step?" Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was planning. "When the waiter serves the dishes later, ask him which force is the strongest in the northern mountain land. After he confirms it, we'll pay that force a visit," Duan Lingtian said. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes landed on the ice coffin on the neighboring table. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad lady inside the ice coffin. The peerless beauty of the woman in red completely attracted his gaze, making it difficult for him to move his gaze away. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tenderness, as if they could melt everything. "Tianwu, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. Wait for me," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes, although Xiong Quan did not know why his young master wanted to go to the most powerful force in the northern mountain land, he did not ask. He believed that his young master must have a plan for doing so. What he had to do was to follow the young master and handle the trivial matters for him. Soon after, the dishes were served one after another. "Waiter, I would like to ask, which force is the strongest in the northern mountain land?" Xiong Quan asked the waiter according to Duan Lingtian's instructions. "Sir, this must be your first time in our northern mountain land, right?" the waiter asked as his eyes flashed. "That's right," Xiong Quan nodded. "Sir, the strongest forces in our northern mountain land are the 2 great clans. One of them is the O clan and the other is the Lu clan." The waiter smiled as he answered Xiong Quan's question. 2 great clans? O clan? Lu clan. Before Xiong Quan returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting at the side, had already raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao left the Darming dynasty and headed to the ancient desert city, the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao saved seemed to be from the northern mountains Lu clan. The northern mountains Lu clan was one of the 2 strongest forces in the northern mountain land. Merely 2 clans were actually able to become the 2 strongest forces in the northern mountain land. How shocking! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he revealed an astonished expression. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that since these 2 clans were able to become the 2 strongest forces in the northern mountain land, they surely had some ability. Clans. Xiong Quan was surprised when he heard the waiter's words. One had to know that the difference between a clan and a sect was not just a little bit. No matter what, a clan revolved around the direct descendants and passed down their bloodline. No matter how outstanding the other branch family disciples and disciples with another surname were, it was difficult for them to stand out. In the end, they would at most become elders or revered elders. It was utterly impossible for the branch family disciples and disciples with another surname to touch the position of patriarch. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for a clan to become truly strong. On the other hand, sects were not merely limited to passing down their bloodline. Those who were capable would rise in the sky. So long as one had the ability, one could even become the leader of a sect. Therefore, it greatly increased the enthusiasm of the sect disciples. This was especially true in the foreign lands where powerhouses were as common as trees in a forest. The difference between clans and sects was undoubtedly even more obvious. However, in the northern desert, the two clans were actually the strongest. Unbelievable. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Xiongquan, both of them were astonished by this. Dear guests, I heard that the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land are the two clans. Don't you find it strange? The waiter could not help but ask when he saw the astonishment on Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan's faces. It was obvious he could guess what both of them were thinking. Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan did not deny it and nodded in unison. Dear guests, you might not know this. Our northern mountain lands, O clan and Lu clan, are different from ordinary clans. It's said that these two clans have been passed down for 10,000 years. The waiter had a solemn expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 years. One must admit that the waiter's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan, a clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years. How strong was their foundation? It was difficult for them to imagine. There must be a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the waiter. He had a feeling that no matter if it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, they were definitely not simple. You're wise, dear guest. The waiter smiled. There's indeed a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years. It's because they're a weapons craftsman clan and an alchemist clan, respectively. Weapons craftsman clan, alchemist clan. The moment the waiter's words left his mouth, it made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. What do you mean? It means more than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen, and more than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. The waiter continued to explain to Duan Lingtian. More than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen. More than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. As soon as the attendant finished speaking, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Xiongquan, they were both dumbstruck. On Cloud Continent, who did not know that a high innate talent in weapons craftsmanship and medicine refinement was required to become a weapons craftsman and alchemist. If one's innate talent was insufficient, it would be impossible to become a grade 9 weapons craftsman and alchemist. However, someone was telling them now. There was a clan where more than 50% of the people in it were weapons craftsmen. There was another clan where more than 50% of the people in it were alchemists. Yes. The waiter nodded. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan's surprise. He had seen too many people with similar expressions. Without exception, those people were either people who were coming to the northern mountain land for the first time, or people who were learning about the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land for the first time. It's said that 10,000 years ago, the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves in the northern mountain land at almost the same time. The O clan's ancestor was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. On the other hand, the Lu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 alchemist. Ever since the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves, the two clans have focused on the Tao of weapons craftsmanship and Tao of medicine refinement, respectively. Until today, the two clans have become the famous weapons craftsman clan and alchemist clan in the northern mountain land. The waiter continued. Grade 1 weapons craftsman, Grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It did not cross his mind that there would be Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists outside of the foreign land's central area. Moreover, they were from two clans. In the 10,000 years of history of the two clans, there are more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, respectively. All of them had gone to the inner land on the other side of the Shui River. They were once the revered elders and foreign advisors of the first-rate forces. They refined spirit weapons and pills for the first-rate forces. Because of this, they formed a lot of good karma. This is the main reason why the O clan and the Lu clan were able to survive for 10,000 years. When the first-rate forces accepted the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists of the O clan and the Lu clan as their revered elders and foreign officials, they would publicly promise them that as long as the first-rate forces existed, they would not allow the O clan and the Lu clan to be annihilated. Due to this reason, although many forces have set their sights on the O clan and the Lu clan for the past 10,000 years, they did not dare to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan. This allowed the two clans to develop until today and become a colossus in the northern mountain land. The waiter patiently explained the history of the O clan and the Lu clan to Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. He also explained the reason why they could remain standing for 10,000 years. Even now, the first-rate forces in the inner land might be able to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan, but they would not dare to do so. This was because as long as they dared to do so, they would be attacked by at least 3 first-rate forces. They might even be annihilated. The relationship between the O clan and the Lu clan is too terrifying. This is the wealth left behind by the ancestors of the two clans. Chapter 1060. The waiter's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Duan Lingtian could not help but fall into a daze. He did not expect this at all. To think that the O clan and the Lu clan of the northern mountain land actually had such an enormous background, such an enormous foundation, and such a huge network of connections. No wonder they could become one of the 2 most powerful forces in the northern mountain land. The O clan and Lu clan have existed for 10,000 years. Even those first-rate forces on the other side of the Shui River, I'm afraid the number of people who can exist for 10,000 years can be counted on one hand. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he also learned the reason why the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years from the waiter. It was all thanks to the network of connections that their ancestors, Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, had established on the other side of the Shui River. That network of relationships had an extremely strong deterrent force. It allowed the O clan and the Lu clan to smoothly pass on for 10,000 years. The inner land referred to the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many first-rate forces there. A first-rate force was extremely powerful. A second-rate force could not be compared to it. Moreover, if a first-rate force wanted to destroy a second-rate force, they only needed to send out a few of their most powerful martial monarch powerhouses to easily defeat the second-rate force. The second-rate force would not be able to retaliate at all in front of a first-rate force. It was already considered rare for a first-rate force to exist for 3,000 to 4,000 years. At the very least, during the 2 eras that Reincarnation Emperor Wu lived in, there had never been a first-rate force that had existed for more than 5,000 years. However, there are more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the O clan and the Lu clan in the past 10,000 years. These Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists are more or less related to some of the first-rate forces that existed in the past 10,000 years. Due to this reason, when a first-rate force is destroyed, there will naturally be a second first-rate force to protect the O clan and Lu clan from being destroyed. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. This was the main reason the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years. The weapons craftsman clan and alchemists clan. What amazing clans! Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. At the same time, he recalled the pair of siblings that Feng Wu Dao had saved that day. Looks like they're from the northern mountains, Lu clan. Moreover, their status in the northern mountains, Lu clan, seems to be quite high. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, the black-robed man who wanted to kill that pair of siblings called the elder brother, second young master. and the younger sister, 7th young lady. Between the O family and the Lu family, which one is closer to here? Duan Lingtian asked the waiter. His target this time was the strongest force in the northern mountain land. Since the O clan and the Lu clan were listed as the strongest forces in the northern mountain land, he had no choice but to choose one. In his opinion, whether it was the O clan or the Lu clan, it made no difference to him. Therefore, he preferred the one that was closer to his current location. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to walk that far. Since there was no difference between the two clans, it did not matter which one he went to. If we're comparing the two clans, the Lu clan is closer. The Lu clan is located in the northeast, outside the city. It's only 10,000 miles away from here. Although the waiter did not know why the young customer before him was asking about this, he still answered truthfully. Whether it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the locations of the two clans were not unfamiliar to the people in the northern mountain land. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he lifted his hand and took out a mid-grade origin stone before passing it to the waiter. This is your reward for introducing the O clan and the Lu clan to us. Thank you, sir. The waiter smiled widely as he looked at the mid-grade origin stone in his hand. He had wasted so much saliva to say, so much just so he could tip the customer when he was happy. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your meal any longer. The waiter left after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. After the waiter left, Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan began to clean up the dishes on the table. In just 15 minutes, there was only a pile of empty cups, plates, and bowls left on the table. Let's go. After Duan Lingtian paid the bill, he called out to Xiongquan and left the restaurant with the ice coffin. After leaving the city, Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan along and headed northeast. The Northern Mountains Lu clan. Duan Lingtian's destination this time was the Lu clan that was closest to his current location. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was also one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountain land. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was also known as the Alchemist clan. Duan Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he went to the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He wanted to reveal his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and become the Northern Mountains Lu clan's revered elder and interim advisor. From there, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the Northern Mountains Lu clan to help him and Xiongquan improve their cultivation base and concepts. Although his current strength was not bad. However, if he was placed in the inner land on the other side of the Ruo Shui River, which was also the central area of Cloud Continent, he was nothing. With the Ruo Shui River as the boundary, there were two different worlds inside and outside. There were no first-rate forces outside of the Ruo Shui River. In the Ruo Shui River, not only were there first-rate forces, but there were also top forces such as the two great ancient clans and the forces controlled by Emperor Wu. That was the heaven of the powerhouses. At the same time, it was also hell for the weak. The great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life is in the inner land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to go to the inner land. Moreover, even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind the great treasure, he still had to go to the inner land. This was because he had to pass through the inner land if he wanted to reach the peak of Cloud Continent. If Duan Lingtian was on Earth in his previous life, it would take him 6 to 7 hours to travel 10,000 miles. However, for the current Duan Lingtian, it would only take him an hour to reach the inner land. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian could already see a vast building complex on the plains in the distance. The buildings stood tall, like beasts hibernating there. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at his surroundings. That's the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Why are there so many people? Xiongquan glanced to the left and then to the right as he spoke with a face full of surprise. Duan Lingtian saw it as well. At this moment, there were people flying toward the vast building complex from all directions before landing on the west side of the building complex. There was no exception. If I can get into the top 30 in the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan, I'll be able to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname. I won't have to worry about materials to refine medicine in the future. A clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. I want to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname through the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It's not just for the materials. Then, another voice resonated in the air. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has as many high-grade alchemists as there are clouds in the sky. They even have a few grade 2 alchemists. If I can get their guidance, my achievements in the medicine refinement Tao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Northern Mountains Lu clan's test is really harsh. The lowest requirement to participate is a grade 6 alchemist. Alchemists below grade 6 are not qualified to participate at all. The owner of the voice seemed to be complaining when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, two people who were talking to each other passed by Duan Lingtian. They were two middle-aged men. When they passed by Duan Lingtian, their eyes could not help but stop at the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin was just too eye-catching. Alchemist competition? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The Northern Mountains Lu clan seemed to be organizing an alchemist competition. As long as one was ranked in the top 30 in the alchemist competition, one would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was an alchemist clan. More than half of the people in the clan were alchemists, and there was no lack of high-grade alchemists among them. To a low-grade alchemist, that place was like heaven. As long as one could enter that place, one would be able to interact with many alchemists and improve one's attainment in the medicine refinement Tao. If one had the chance to receive guidance from a high-grade alchemist, one would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. It seems like these people are here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Other than some participants, there must be many people here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the people who came from all directions. There seems to be a woman lying inside. All of a sudden, a surprised voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian. Then Duan Lingtian saw 3 middle-aged men walking past him side by side. The voice came from one of them. However, after the 3 middle-aged men walked past Duan Lingtian, they did not leave. Instead, they went around the ice coffin and looked at it. What a beautiful woman! If I can get such a beautiful woman, I'm willing to lose 10 years of my life. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? The 3 middle-aged men pointed at the ice coffin and discussed among themselves. They acted as though there was no one else around them. They completely ignored Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Scram! Xiongquan's expression changed, and he was about to reprimand the 3 middle-aged men when a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder in the ears of the 3 middle-aged men. The 3 middle-aged men were so shocked that their bodies trembled. When they regained their senses, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice. Boy, you're seeking death. Soon after, the 3 of them locked their eyes on Duan Lingtian and shouted in unison, "Boom!" Chapter 1061. The 3 middle-aged men were sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Barf! Barf! Subsequently, the 3 of them were injured by Duan Lingtian's energy. Their faces turned red as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After they caught their breath, they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Apart from anger, there was also fear and dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds at all. This purple-clad young man who looked like he was only in his 20s actually possessed such terrifying strength. It only took a blink of an eye to send them flying and injure them. They did not even have time to react. They did not even have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in the air, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. They knew this young man's strength was far beyond theirs. I'll give all of you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll die, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His voice was as cold as ice. The 3 middle-aged men's expressions changed drastically at once. They turned around and fled in panic. In just a blink of an eye, they landed in the buildings in front of them. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan's residence. It was obvious they were here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Whoosh! After the 3 of them left, Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill the 3 middle-aged men. It was the after-effect of the Devil's Seal tablet. He had forcefully suppressed it at the critical moment. At this moment, the people who saw the scene earlier no longer dared to get close to Duan Lingtian, let alone look at Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin. Xiongquan, let's go over as well. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiongquan. He brought the ice coffin with him and walked all the way to the buildings in front of them. They followed the crowd and entered the west side of the buildings before they landed in a vast field. The vast field was divided into 2 areas. One of the areas was close to a row of magnificent palace buildings. The other area was a field near the outer area. There were many people standing there. Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian and those who fell from the sky, were standing near the outer area of the field. Duan Lingtian saw it. In the area close to the palace building, tables were placed there, connected together. In addition, the same medicinal herbs were placed on every table. The alchemist competition should be held here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. There, 3 middle-aged men were looking at him. Seeing him looking over, the 3 middle-aged men shifted their gazes away. However, the moment he looked over, he saw the anger and hatred in their eyes. The 3 middle-aged men were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. They were the 3 people he had injured outside. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the 3 before attracting his gaze. 3 martial artists at the first and second level of the void transformation stage were of no threat to him. In the distance, after the 3 middle-aged men retracted their gazes from Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and saw fear and dread in each other's eyes. He's also here to participate in the alchemist competition? One of them spoke slowly, and his slightly suppressed voice seemed to carry a slight trace of anger within it. Should be. Another man nodded. Then, he's human, not a demon? The last man frowned. Initially, after witnessing the purple-clad young man's strength, he thought he was a demon. This was because he was too young. A young man who looked like he was only in his 20s had a strength that far surpassed them. His cultivation base was suspected to be at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above. Even the most outstanding young powerhouses in their northern mountain lands, O clan and Lu clan, who focused on martial Dao cultivation, did not have such terrifying innate talent. More than half of the people in the O clan and Lu clan focused on the weapons refinement Dao and the medicine refinement Dao. The remaining people could not become weapons refinement masters or alchemists due to their limited innate talent. They could only focus on martial Dao to raise their cultivation base and protect their respective clans. The O clan and Lu clan were weapons refinement clan and alchemist clan, respectively. They had a heritage of 10,000 years. The cultivation resources they had accumulated were almost comparable to a first-rate force. Therefore, the disciples from the O clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation would not be weak under the nurturing of such a huge amount of cultivation resources. If he's really here to participate in the alchemist competition, then he should be a human. It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist. This is the iron law on Cloud Continent. The three middle-aged men looked at each other again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such a young man who possessed a cultivation base that far surpassed theirs had already shocked them. Now, they found out the young man was most likely an alchemist who came to participate in the alchemist competition, just like them. For a moment, they could not help but feel shocked. Their emotions surged and could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he's here to accompany the middle-aged man next to him. The three of them could not believe Duan Lingtian was here to participate in the alchemist competition, no matter what. Soon after, one of them speculated, "That's possible." The other two nodded as well. They hoped it was true as well. After all, their previous guesses were simply too inconceivable in their eyes. They all felt that it was practically impossible for such a thing to happen. "Yao Liang, didn't you say one of the referees for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan is your uncle?" Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man in green clothes, and his eyes lit up. "Why don't you inform your uncle and ask him to directly eliminate the alchemist? That's what that fellow—" When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind the purple-clad young man in the distance. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The person he had his eyes on was, naturally, Xiong Quan, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he only thought Duan Lingtian was here to accompany Xiong Quan to participate in the alchemist competition. He thought Xiong Quan was the alchemist. "That's right, Yao Liang. As long as your uncle says the word, they'll immediately scram." The other middle-aged man looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with anticipation. "Don't worry. When my uncle comes out later, I'll tell him. If that guy dares to hurt me, I'll make sure the person accompanying him won't even be qualified to participate in the preliminary round of the alchemist competition." The green-clad middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said confidently. Then, the three of them laughed proudly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the conspiracy of the three of them. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. "I wonder if the Northern Mountains Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation." Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was curious about this. Then he saw a middle-aged man nearby from the corner of his eyes. He immediately looked at him with a smile. "Brother, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead." The middle-aged man had long noticed Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. It was difficult for him not to notice it. "I've just arrived at the Northern Mountain Land not too long ago. All I know is that the Lu clan is one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. I also know that there were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked directly, "I wonder if the Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation?" No. The middle-aged man thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him something, but he did not expect it to be such a simple question. He immediately shook his head and said, "There's no grade 1 alchemist in this generation in the Lu clan. Even the last grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan has to be traced back to 900 years ago." "I see." Duan Lingtian came to a realization and smiled at the middle-aged man. "Thank you for your guidance, brother." "You're welcome, brother." The middle-aged man replied with a smile. His eyes then landed on the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. He asked curiously, "Brother, I wonder if the lady in the ice coffin is— she's my woman?" Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian had already looked at Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, and said gently. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was staring at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, did not notice that Feng Tianwu's right hand moved slightly as soon as he finished his sentence. Her movement was very light, and she regained her composure in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Duan Lingtian, even the others, including Xiong Quan, did not notice this. Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, seemed to have heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Brother, you're so lucky." At this moment, the middle-aged man also clearly saw Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance lying in the ice coffin, and he spoke with an envious expression. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile, "I'm Huang Chun. How should I address you, brother?" The middle-aged man asked. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied, "Good name." Huang Chun was not stingy with his compliments. He then looked at Xiong Quan and asked, "How should I address you?" "I'm Xiong Quan." Xiong Quan nodded at Huang Chun. Brother Ling Tian and Brother Xiong Quan are also here to participate in the alchemist competition? Huang Chun asked again. "I'm not an alchemist." Xiong Quan shook his head. "In that case, Brother Xiong Quan is here to accompany Brother Ling Tian to participate in the alchemist competition. Brother Ling Tian is really young and promising. He's already a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age. I'm sure his future is limitless." Huang Chun praised Brother Ling Tian. "With your talent of becoming a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age, it's almost certain that you'll become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan this time." A grade 6 alchemist was the minimum requirement to participate in the alchemist competition. Therefore, Huang Chun guessed Duan Lingtian must be a grade 6 alchemist. He did not dare to think about whether he was a higher grade alchemist. The fact that Duan Lingtian could become a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age already shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1062. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Huang Chun's words. Was it certain that he would become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? He did not come here to become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He came to the Northern Mountains Lu clan to make him an interim advisor and revered elder. It was not hard to imagine. As long as he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, even the Northern Mountains Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would have to be respectful to him. However, I can still participate in the alchemist competition. When the competition starts, I'll reveal my grade 1 pill fire. It'll be interesting then. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face seemed to represent confidence in Huang Chun's eyes. He was confident that he would be able to rank in the top 30 in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. If Huang Chun knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, he would most likely faint from shock. The alchemist competition had yet to begin. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stood in place and waited patiently. As time went by, the number of people who came decreased. In the end, they did not see anyone for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 soft sounds of wind blew in the air, startling everyone, including Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others looked in the direction of the sound of wind, they saw 2 old figures. They were 2 old men. One was dressed in green, while the other was dressed in gray. The green-clad old man had a sturdy body and a determined face. He had a dignified look on his face, and he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. The gray-clad old man had a skinny body and a bony face. He had a gloomy expression on his face, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Whoosh! 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 Following the appearance of the 2 old men, another 5 figures appeared behind them, following them like shadows. Among these people, there were old and middle-aged people. They stood behind the 2 old men expressionlessly. Their eyes were fixed in front of them, and they did not move at all. "The Lu clan has come out," someone shouted in a low voice, causing everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to come back to their senses and re-examine the 7 people in front of them. The 2 people in the lead are both at the 8th level of the Void transformation stage. As for the other 5 people, the weakest is at the 4th level of the void transformation stage, while the strongest is at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's mental power extended out and immediately detected the cultivation of the 7 people. In a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the cultivation base of these 7 people could not be considered strong. However, Duan Lingtian knew that their cultivation did not need to be very strong. For them to appear right before the alchemist competition is about to begin, these 7 people must be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan, who's hosting the alchemist competition. The people hosting the alchemist competition are undoubtedly all alchemists. Furthermore, their grades shouldn't be low. As a high-grade alchemist, being able to have this level of cultivation is already considered pretty good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through the 7 members of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Welcome to the Lu clan for participating in the alchemist competition. First of all, I'd like to represent the Lu clan to thank all of you for your enthusiasm. Secondly, the Lu clan will only recruit the top 30 people in the alchemist competition this time. If any of you are unfortunate enough to be eliminated, please don't be discouraged. The Lu clan will hold another alchemist competition 3 years later. The green-clad old man spoke in a loud voice that entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. I'm Lu So, an elder of the Lu clan. This person next to me is also an elder of the Lu clan. I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. He's Elder Lu Zhao, the green-clad old man continued. As he introduced himself, he also introduced the gray-clad old man next to him to the crowd. Elder Lu Zhao? Don't tell me he's the Lu clan's elder who can refine grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity? It should be him. I heard that one of the judges for today's alchemist competition is Elder Lu Zhao. Although Elder Lu Zhao is only a grade 3 alchemist, he can be considered as one of the top grade 3 alchemists because he's able to refine grade 3 medicinal pills with a purity of 70% and above. Many people whispered among themselves as they discussed the gray-clad old man who was also the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao. Elder Lu So is also a grade 3 alchemist in the Lu clan. He has also refined grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity. Although he's not as good as Elder Lu Zhao, he's not too far off. That's right, Elder Lu So is also very powerful. If I can get his guidance, my progress in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I heard that Elder Lu So is very kind and doesn't put on airs. This is something that Elder Lu So can't compare to. Many people began to whisper among themselves again. At the same time, Lu Zhao's face turned slightly gloomy. However, he did not flare up in the end. As for Lu So, one could not tell if he was happy or angry on the surface. However, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. No matter who it was, everyone liked to be praised instead of being insulted. Today, Lu So and I will be the chief judges for this alchemist competition. The 5 people behind us are all outstanding alchemists in our Lu clan. They'll be the judges and be responsible for inspecting your results in refining pills. Lu So continued to speak to the crowd. Duan Lingtian only heard half of Lu So's words before he stopped listening. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to listen. It was just that his attention was attracted by someone else. His gaze was originally on Lu So and the other 6 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was easy for him to see who was acting strangely. At this moment, he was attracted by Lu Zhao. He noticed that Lu Zhao was looking at a green-clad middle-aged man and nodding from time to time. It was as though he was communicating with the green-clad middle-aged man. In the end, a fierce gleam flashed in the depth of Lu Zhao's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Initially, Duan Lingtian felt that the green-clad middle-aged man's back was slightly familiar, but he did not think too much about it. However, at this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at him. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of the green-clad middle-aged man's eyes. There was also a smile on his face, as though he had succeeded in his scheme. So it's him. Now that Duan Lingtian saw the green-clad middle-aged man's face, he finally recognized him. No wonder I felt that he was slightly familiar. The green-clad middle-aged man was none other than one of the 3 middle-aged men he had taught a lesson outside the northern mountains Lu clan. Looks like he knows Lu Zhao. Not only do they know each other, but they seem to be very close as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. There was no need for him to guess what the green-clad middle-aged man and Lu Zhao were talking about. They were most likely discussing how to make things difficult for him. However, he did not care. If he was only a grade 6 alchemist, he might have fallen into their trap. However, the problem was that he was not a grade 6 alchemist. Everyone be quiet. Soon after, Lu Sou's voice continued to sound. It suppressed the noise in the scene and caused the scene to fall silent. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes on Lu South. The alchemist competition is divided into 3 rounds. The preliminary round, the semifinals, and the final round. Before the preliminary round, all of you will need to draw lots and get your lots. Then, we'll proceed with the preliminary round according to the order. Lu So said when he saw everyone looking at him. It's about to begin. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The preliminary round was the beginning of the alchemist competition. Only by advancing in the preliminary round would one be able to enter the semifinals. After the semifinals, it would be the final round. Only the most outstanding 30 people would enter the final round. Those who entered the final round would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people. Those who were ranked at the top would be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, they would become the target of the Lu clan's nurturing. I heard, apart from the rewards, the top 3 people in the final round would also become the personal medicine boy of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist and receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist. My goal is to be in the top 3 in the final round. As long as I can receive pointers from a grade 2 alchemist, I'll definitely be able to become a grade 4 alchemist in a short time. Those who are qualified to participate in the alchemist competition don't just want to become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. Everyone hopes to be able to receive pointers from a high-grade alchemist in the Lu clan. Many people discussed among themselves. Their eyes were burning with desire. Many of them were grade 5 alchemists. Their biggest goal was to become the personal medicine boy of the Northern Mountains Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. A personal medicine boy could follow the grade 2 alchemist and assist him. As long as he served the grade 2 alchemist well, he would be able to receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist at any time. Let them draw the lots. Lu So looked at a middle-aged man behind him and said nonchalantly, "Yes." After the middle-aged man responded respectfully, he prepared to fly out and take out the items needed to draw lots, so that Duan Lingtian and the others who came to participate in the alchemist competition could draw lots. Wait! At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing the middle-aged man to stop in his tracks. He did not have time to fly out. Elder Lu Zhao. The middle-aged man looked at the old man standing next to Lu South. He did not dare to act recklessly. "Lu Zhao, do you have anything else to say?" Lu So asked as he looked at Lu Zhao with a raised brow. Lu Zhao nodded faintly before he took a step forward. He glanced at the surroundings before he said with confidence, "Today is the day our Northern Mountains Lu clan is holding the alchemist competition to recruit outstanding disciples with different surnames. I personally welcome all of you here. However, when the Lu clan recruits foreign disciples, other than looking at their talent in the medicine refinement Dao, we also look at their character. As far as I know, some of you are ruthless and easily hurt others. Such people are not qualified to participate in the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan. Chapter 1063. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. As for the middle-aged man standing behind Duan Lingtian, he was Xiongquan. When Lu Zhao said those words and fixed his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan, the others also shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Soon after, the people standing near Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan moved away from them as though they were afraid they would get into trouble. For a moment, the place where Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan were standing was empty, apart from the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. Only Huang Chun was standing there. However, Huang Chun did not look too good at the moment. He wanted to leave, but when he remembered that he was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, it did not seem right for him to leave. While Huang Chun was still hesitating, Lu Zhao's gaze fell on him. He asked faintly, "Are you with them?" The moment Lu Zhao's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Huang Chun's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, I don't know them. I don't know them." Huang Chun, who was in a panic, quickly moved away from Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. It was as though he was avoiding the god of plague. Huang Chun's words clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Putting aside the fact that he had only met Huang Chun once, even if Huang Chun was his friend, Huang Chun still had the right to choose. He could not force him. He was very open-minded about this. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan were left standing in the empty space. To be more precise, there were 3 of them. There was also Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. "Both of you have poor character. Our Lu clan doesn't welcome you. Both of you are disqualified from participating in the alchemist competition today." Lu Zhao said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. There was no room for doubt in his words. It was as though he was a judge who ruled over life and death. With just one sentence, he had sentenced Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan to death. Lu, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. Naturally, he could tell that Lu Zhao was intentionally suppressing the purple-clad young man and the people around him. As for the reason, he had seen Lu Zhao and the people who came to participate in the alchemist competition earlier. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. That's right. The last time he came to our Lu family, he's Lu Zhao's nephew. Soon after, Lu So finally remembered. He was almost certain that Lu Zhao was abusing his power for personal gain. Although he was dissatisfied, he had no intention of stopping him, no matter what. To him, the purple-clad young man and the person beside him were all outsiders. He did not know them at all. No matter what Lu was for him, was for. He could not offer was Lu was senior. Was he? For this reason. Bad character? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. His laugh was bright and dazzling, causing everyone in the surroundings to think that he had gone mad. Keep smiling. You won't be able to smile for long. The 3 middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, who were injured by Duan Lingtian outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan, had a mocking smile on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, one of the 2 chief judges of the alchemist competition had already announced that the purple-clad young man was disqualified. This purple-clad young man was destined to get lost. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Lu Zhao asked in a deep voice when he saw Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan did not do anything after hearing his words. He felt his dignity was being challenged. His eyes gleamed coldly. "Elder Lu Zhao, this is against the rules." However, Lu Zhao did not receive any response from Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Instead, he heard a righteous voice. "Elder Lu So, what do you mean by this?" Lu Zhao looked at Lu So next to him. His expression darkened. The person who questioned him was none other than Lu South. He had seen the change in Lu So's expression earlier. He knew Lu So did not intend to meddle in other people's business. He was still thinking that Lu So was tactful. Who knew Lu So would intervene in the blink of an eye? Although the development of the situation was a little sudden, Lu Xiao did not think too much about it. He only thought Lu So was not giving him any face by rebutting him in public. Elder Lu Xiao, you said their character is bad, but I wonder how bad it is? Could it be that you've met them before this? Or do you know them? Lu So seemed to have changed into a different person. He had initially thought Lu So was abusing his authority to avenge his nephew, but now he seemed to have transformed into a selfless person. Lu Xiao was not the only one who was surprised by Lu So's sudden change. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but feel surprised. When Lu Xiao announced that he was disqualified from the alchemist competition and asked him to leave the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian had carefully observed Lu So's expression. At that time, Lu So was watching from the sidelines. Now that Lu So had suddenly changed, Duan Lingtian could not react to it. Why does Lu So seem to have changed into a different person all of a sudden? What's the reason for this change? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. However, he felt there must be a reason. Lu So's action would undoubtedly offend Lu Xiao, an elder who had worked with him for many years in the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It would be fine if he knew Lu So and had a close relationship with him. However, the problem was he did not know Lu So at all. Everything Lu So was doing was for the sake of Duan Lingtian, whom he had never met before. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Duan Lingtian agreed with this statement. I don't know them. Lu Xiao's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Lu So's question. He said in a deep voice, however, someone knows them. They even personally witnessed how they were injured by him. The person you said was injured by him. You don't know where he is? Can you call him out and let them talk? Lu So raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, After all, who knows if they're trying to frame me? Elder Lu Xiao, what do you think? Humph. Lu Xiao snorted coldly and looked at the three middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, and said nonchalantly, Since Elder Lu So wants to know the ins and outs of this matter, all of you should tell him everything. Yes. Initially, the three middle-aged men thought the purple-clad young man who injured them would be kicked out very soon. However, they did not expect Lu So to interfere. When they heard Lu Xiao's summon, they did not dare to delay and responded in unison. Then they looked at Lu South. Elder Lu So, he publicly injured the three of us outside the Lu clan. The three of us have never seen him before, let alone know who he is. The green-clad middle-aged man looked at Lu So and said righteously, If such a scum enters the Lu clan, he'll only bring shame to the Lu clan. He indiscriminately injured people near the Lu clan who came to participate in the alchemist competition. After today, he might become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. Such a person has no right to enter the Lu clan. Also, the companion next to him is helping the tyrant. Once both of them enter the Lu clan, they'll be like two pieces of rat *T that spoils a pot of porridge. The other two middle-aged men followed up. Their words were filled with righteousness. At the same time, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. If that's the case, both of them really don't have the right to enter the Lu clan. Humph! The Lu clan is one of the top clans in our northern mountain land. How can we tolerate such a ruthless person? Scram! Scram! After hearing the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men's words, the surrounding people began to point at Duan Lingtian and Xiongquan. Their words were not polite at all. Duan Lingtian completely ignored the scene. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though the person in the center of the storm was not him, but someone else. However, even if he could remain calm, it did not mean the others could remain calm as well. All of you are the guilty ones who complained first. Xiongquan, whose face was extremely red, suddenly shouted in the face of the surrounding people pointing at him. He pointed at the green-clad middle-aged man and the other 2 middle-aged men with a trembling hand. "Young master did hurt all of you. But why didn't you tell the whole story? There are so many people here. Why did young master only hurt the 3 of you and not the others?" As he spoke, Xiong Quan was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He did not care what others said about him. However, he would definitely not allow others to say anything bad about his young master. Xiong Quan's words caused the crowd to shift their focus from Duan Lingtian to the green-clad middle-aged man and the other 2 middle-aged men. "That's right. Why did he only hurt the 3 of you? When I came here, I passed by him as well. However, he did not have any intention of attacking us. Could it be that the 3 of you were taught a lesson because you provoked him?" Many people began to question the green-clad middle-aged man and the other 2 middle-aged men. Just as the green-clad middle-aged man and the other 2 middle-aged men were frowning, and Lu Zhao's expression was still gloomy. "Humph!" A cold snort suddenly reverberated in the air, suppressing the noise at the scene. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes flew out and arrived in front of Lu So and Lu Zhao in just a moment. He stood there proudly. "Third young master." The moment the newcomer appeared, Lu So, Lu Zhao, and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples bowed at him. Perhaps the newcomer's cultivation base and attainment in the medicine refinement Tao were not as good as theirs for the time being. However, the old man was a direct descendant of the Lu clan. His position in the Lu clan was so high that it was not something that the disciples from the branch families could compare to. This was the clan. The direct descendants were the most respected. I heard everything clearly when I was hiding in the dark earlier. Since Elder Lu Zhao thinks that they have no right to stay in our Lu clan, then just ask them to scram. The moment the Northern Mountains Lu clan's 3rd young master appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan condescendingly, as though he was looking at 2 ants that he could kill at any time. "Third young master, you..." Lu So's expression changed slightly. "What? Elder Lu So, if you don't believe in Elder Lu Zhao's judgment, don't tell me you don't believe in mine?" Chapter 1064. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man who suddenly appeared calmly. The 3rd young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The sudden appearance of the Lu clan's 3rd young master and his current stance proved one thing. He was on Lu Zhao's side. However, even then, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. "Third brother, you're really impressive." When Lu So heard the Lu clan's 3rd young master's words, and was at a loss for words, a loud voice resonated and attracted the attention of everyone present. In the distance, a young man flew over and arrived next to Lu So in just a moment. "Second young master." The moment the young man appeared, Lu So and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples hurriedly bowed. When Lu Zhao saw the young man, he frowned slightly and bowed slightly in the end. "It's the Lu clan's 2nd young master, Lu Bai." I can't believe that not only the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but even the Lu clan's 2nd young master is here for the alchemist competition. I heard that the Lu clan's 2nd young master is one of the 2 heirs to the next clan leader. The only person who can compete with the Lu clan's 1st young master for the position of the next clan leader is probably the Lu clan's 1st young master, Lu Song. That's right. As for the Lu clan's 3rd young master, Lu Huai, although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Lu clan's 1st young master and 2nd young master. However, I heard that he's the younger brother of the Lu clan's 1st young master. Many people whispered among themselves. These people had a certain level of understanding of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. I see. With Duan Lingtian's excellent hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. He seemed to have understood something at once. "Second brother, don't tell me you're trying to protect them? They're despicable and have no right to enter our Lu clan." Lu Huai said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai ignored him as though he did not hear him at all. He only looked at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. "We meet again," Lu Bai said with a smile. "Yes, we meet again." The purple-clad young man who was being stared at by Lu Bai was none other than Duan Lingtian. In the face of Lu Bai, who took the initiative to greet him, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. When Lu Bai first appeared, he recognized him. It was precisely the elder brother of the pair of siblings that he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao had encountered on the way to the ancient desert city when they left the Darming dynasty. He still remembered. At that time, it was Feng Wu Dao who saved the lives of that pair of brother and sister by chance. At that time, Duan Lingtian had heard from the siblings that they were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, he had no idea what the Northern Mountains Lu clan was. It was only when he arrived at the Northern Mountain Land that he finally understood the meaning of the Northern Mountains Lu clan, a clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years, an alchemist clan. There were more than 10 Grade 1 alchemists in the history of the alchemy sect. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and suddenly opened his mouth. It was obvious he was introducing himself. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. At the same time, his gaze swept past Lu Bai and Lu So, who were standing together. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. Earlier, this elder Lu So didn't intend to meddle in my business. However, in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to want to protect me. I was wondering why he wanted to help me. Now, it seems like it was Lu Bai's idea. Lu Bai must have been hiding in the dark since the beginning and recognized me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the fog that shrouded Duan Lingtian earlier completely disappeared. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai greeting each other like old friends, their expressions more or less changed. He actually knows the Lu clan's second young master. The green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions had a change in expression. There was a hint of dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that the purple-clad young man whom they hated to the core actually knew Lu Bai, the second young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have a close relationship. No wonder Lu So didn't hesitate to offend me and meddle in my business. As it turns out, he's a friend of the second young master. I think the second young master must have secretly hinted for Lu So to help him. Lu Zhao's face darkened. He could vaguely guess what was going on. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. His cold gaze did not leave the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sinister gaze on him. He glanced at Lu Zhao indifferently for a moment before he ignored him. Grade 3 alchemist? 8th level void transformation stage? To be honest, whether it was the medicine refinement Dao or martial Dao cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not take Lu Zhao seriously at all. Duan Lingtian actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Huang Chen stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling at Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He knew he had missed an opportunity to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master. If he did not avoid Duan Lingtian like he was avoiding the plague, if he did not say that he did not know Duan Lingtian, he would have been considered a friend by Duan Lingtian. If he was a friend of Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for him to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master through Duan Lingtian. However, he had ruined everything with his own hands. I was wondering why second brother would protect them. So they're people you know, second brother. Lu Huai took a deep look at Lu Bai and said with slight surprise, "Second brother, you really have a wide circle of friends. You actually know people from all walks of life." Lu Huai's tone was laced with sarcasm. He paused for a moment before he continued. However, according to the rules of our Lu clan, even if a person with a despicable character is a friend of second brother, He cannot enter the Lu clan. However, Lu Bai was still the same as before. He did not pay any attention to him. This made Lu Bai's expression turn even uglier. Why did you come to our Lu clan? Lu Bai asked in surprise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I came to your Lu clan to be a revered elder or an interim elder. Duan Lingtian replied honestly with a smile on his face. Revered elder? Interim elder. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Even Lu Bai was taken aback for a moment. It was not easy to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was a martial artist, he would need to be at least at the martial monarch stage. Only a martial monarch powerhouse was qualified to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was an alchemist, he would need to be a grade 2 alchemist at the very least. A martial monarch powerhouse? A grade 2 alchemist or above. Lu Bai studied Duan Lingtian for a while and secretly shook his head. He thought Duan Lingtian was just joking. Ha 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 ha! After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and burst into laughter. For a moment, most of the people present looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. If he didn't rely on his relationship with the Lu clan's second young master, I'm afraid it would be a problem for him to successfully advance in the alchemist competition and become a disciple with a different surname. That's right. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? He wants to become a revered elder or guardian of the Lu clan. Is he even worthy? I think he's bragging too much. However, I think he's just asking for a beating since he dares to brag in front of so many people. I think he's daydreaming. Many people mocked Duan Lingtian. Without exception, they thought Duan Lingtian was bragging and daydreaming, trying to become a revered elder or guardian of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Without a cultivation base at the martial monarch stage and a grade 2 alchemist or above, he could forget about it. This Duan Lingtian is really crazy. When the green-clad middle-aged man and his 2 companions looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with mockery. They thought Duan Lingtian was daydreaming. So he's an idiot. Lu Zhao sneered. Ha! Second brother, is there something wrong with your friend's head? Lu Huai could not help but laugh out loud. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Slap! As soon as Lu Huai's words left his mouth, a loud and clear sound of a slap resonated in the air. Then everyone saw that half of Lu Huai's face, the Lu clan's third young master, had a red palm print on it. Soon after, half of his face swelled up, making him look like half a pig's head. At the same time, everyone noticed that there was another figure standing in front of Lu Huai. It was a purple figure. Most of the people, including Lu Bai, were stunned when they saw the purple figure. You dare to hit me? Lu Huai held the swollen half of his face. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. He wished he could kill him immediately. However, although he was extremely furious and wished he could cut the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces, he did not act rashly. The fact that the other party was able to slap him without him being able to react meant that the other party's strength was far superior to his. Third young master, you keep saying that I'm despicable. I wonder if you're despicable for insulting others with your words? After slapping Lu Huai, the person standing in front of him was naturally Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai calmly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, in Lu Huai's eyes, this smile was like the smile of a devil. Lu Zhao, kill him. The killing intent in Lu Huai's eyes intensified when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Whoosh! Almost at the same time Lu Huai spoke, Lu Zhao, who had been accumulating his strength for a long time, shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Duan Lingtian. Die! Lu Zhao's originally gloomy face was filled with coldness. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Duan Lingtian's head. Buzz! Chapter 1065. Clang! Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of a sword whistling in the air. Everyone present could hear the sound of metal clashing. As for the sound of a sword whistling in the air, less than half of the people present could hear it. So fast! Apart from Lu Zhao, Lu So, who was the most powerful person present, seemed to have seen something that shocked him. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. As for the others, they could not see what was happening at all. In their eyes, the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, shouted as the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, made his move on Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. When Lu Zhao pounced on Duan Lingtian, they heard the sound of metal clashing. Then, they saw a stream of blood splattering in the air. It seemed to have condensed into dazzling red roses in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of a body falling to the ground reverberated in the air. How's this possible? Many of the people present gasped as they looked at the lifeless body that fell to the ground. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, all of their gazes landed on the purple-clad figure standing there proudly. These gazes were mixed with a sense of shock and inexplicable bewilderment. He killed Elder Lu Zhao. How can he be so powerful? How old is he? He looks like he's only 25 years old at most. Could he be a demon? No. If he's a demon, why would he participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone a grade 6 alchemist or above. If he's a human martial artist, doesn't that mean that he possesses both a terrifying talent in the martial Tao and an enviable talent in alchemy? Soon after, the gazes that landed on the purple-clad figure were filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine. There was actually such a monstrous existence in this world. Uncle! At this moment, a green figure pounced out and landed beside Lu Zhao's body. He cried out sorrowfully, and his voice was filled with desolation. Uncle? Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, coldly glanced at the green-clothed, middle-aged man beside Lu Zhao's corpse. No wonder Lu Zhao saw me as a thorn in his side. It turns out that one of the 3 people I injured was his nephew. Now, Duan Lingtian understood everything, other than Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin. Xiongquan was the only one who was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. The others were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. He's actually so strong to think that I was worried about his safety. When Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, regained his senses, he stared blankly at the purple figure in the distance. At this moment, he only felt that the purple figure in front of him was so tall. Is he really someone from the far south? How could such a monstrous genius be born in such a small place? Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's origin due to their previous encounter. Where did second young master get to know this Duan Lingtian? What a monster! The corner of Lu So's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, Lu Zhao's attack on Duan Lingtian was as fast as lightning. He, who was unprepared, could not react at all. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Lu Zhao. However, who would have thought that the outcome would be so dramatic? You. As Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai, the third young master of Lu clan, Lu Huai, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face. Just like the others, he did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so terrifying that even Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, was killed by him. From the moment Lu Zhao attacked to the moment he was killed, let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength did not trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon, even Lu Zhao's strength did not have the time to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Lu Zhao made the first move and gained the upper hand by striking first. He was killed as soon as he made his move. It all happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's movements were so fast that he did not even see it clearly from the beginning until the end. Lu Huai's face was flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. His legs were trembling when Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! His hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Lu Huai's neck easily. He lifted Lu Huai's feet off the ground and hovered in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other with a cold gleam in their eyes. Killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was obvious he wanted to kill Lu Huai. You want to kill me? Lu Huai, whose face was flushed red due to Duan Lingtian's choking, asked with difficulty. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. You've already ordered someone to kill me. Don't tell me I can't kill you? Duan Lingtian's expression and tone were calm. However, the people present on the scene could hear the cold, killing intent in his calm tone. It sent chills down their spines. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? He actually wants to kill the Lu clan's third young master. If he really kills the Lu clan's third young master, he won't be able to escape death no matter how strong his martial Dao or medicine refinement talent is. Killing the Lu clan's third young master is equivalent to slapping the Lu clan in the face. The Lu clan will definitely not let this go. At that time, even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads on his behalf, it'll be useless. He'll definitely die. The group of people who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Kill him! Kill him! On the other hand, the green-clad, middle-aged man who was squatting beside Lu Zhao's body had just reached out to close Lu Zhao's eyes that were still wide open. However, his face was filled with rage and madness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He knew it was impossible for him to avenge his uncle. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian had already offended the Lu clan by killing his uncle. However, with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would definitely not kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his uncle. After all, his uncle was only a collateral disciple of the Lu clan. Compared to the Lu clan's second young master, his life was as cheap as grass. However, if Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master, then everything would be different. At that time, even with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would still kill Duan Lingtian at all costs. Duan Lingtian, don't kill him! Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and Lu So, the Lu clan's elder, shouted in unison when they sensed the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. As members of the Lu clan, it was only natural that they knew the consequences of killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around to look at Lu Bai. He had a good impression of Lu Bai. However, he could not let Lu Huai go just like that. Although he had already killed Lu Zhao who wanted to kill him, Lu Zhao was still under Lu Huai's orders. Lu Huai was the culprit. He would not let go of someone who wanted him dead. Duan Lingtian, calm down, calm down. Don't be rash. Lu Huai's death is not to be regretted. But there's no need for you to ruin your own life because of Lu Huai. Lu Bai's breathing quickened as he continued to persuade him. Ruin my own life? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. No matter what, Lu Huai is still a direct descendant of our northern mountains, Lu clan. If you kill him, it's equivalent to slapping our Lu clan's face. Everyone in the Lu clan will kill you at all costs. Lu Bai hurriedly nodded and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. His eyes gleamed as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to know what decision Duan Lingtian would make. Kill Lu Huai, or not kill him? I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will really kill the Lu clan's third young master, or not. Many people spoke softly, and their voices were filled with doubts. He knows that he'll definitely die if he kills the Lu clan's third young master. I don't think he'll dare to kill him. I think so too. Most of them felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lu Huai. After all, if Lu Huai died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to live as well. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to kill Lu Huai. In their opinion, their lives were more important than their lives. His life was more important than anything else. There was no need to throw away his life for a moment of anger. Cough, cough. You don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. At this moment, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, coughed twice. A smug expression appeared on his pale face as he stared at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Are you sure? I don't dare to kill you? Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be deep in thought, regained his senses when he heard Lu Huai's provocative words. He tightened his grip on Lu Huai's neck. Cough, cough, cough. You, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian tightened his grip, making it difficult for Lu Huai to breathe. Lu Huai's eyes narrowed as he struggled to break free. Duan Lingtian. No. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, you better think this through. If you kill the third young master, you won't be able to survive. Lu so advised. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan was more or less affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and advised, there's no need to put yourself in danger for him. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Bai, Lu So, and Xiong Quan's advice. Instead, he muttered to himself and paused for a moment. Then he turned around and looked at Lu Bai before he asked, in the history of the Lu clan, has there ever been anyone who managed to survive after killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan? Yes. Although Lu Bai did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this, he nodded his head anyway. Who are they? Chapter 1066. They're divided into two types of people. One of them is a martial monarch powerhouse that our Lu clan is helpless against. Lu Bai paused for a moment when he reached this part of the sentence. His expression turned solemn, and his tone was filled with helplessness. Martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, it was a martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against. Everyone present on the scene heard Lu Bai's words clearly. For a moment, everyone agreed with him. A martial monarch powerhouse that the Lu clan was helpless against was obviously stronger than the strongest martial monarch powerhouse in the Lu clan. The Lu clan could not do anything to such a person. He had killed a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Even if the Lu clan was furious, they could not exact revenge. Although the Lu clan had connections with some of the first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruoshui River, those first-rate forces would only make a move when the Lu clan was annihilated. If the Lu clan was not in danger of being annihilated, the first-rate forces would not make a move even if the clan leader died, let alone the death of a direct descendant of the Lu clan. They were protecting the Lu clan, not anyone in the Lu clan. What about the other type of people? Duan Lingtian continued to ask as his eyes gleamed. The other type of people are not martial monarch powerhouses, Lu Bai said slowly. Lu Bai opened his mouth slowly. After successfully attracting everyone's attention apart from the Lu clan's disciples, he continued to say, that group of people has almost reached the peak in the medicine refinement Tao. They're grade 1 alchemists. Grade 1 alchemists. The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. So, they're grade 1 alchemists. The Northern Mountains Lu clan is an alchemist clan. A grade 1 alchemist is enough to earn the Lu clan's respect. Moreover, a grade 1 alchemist is very influential. This can be seen from the fact that the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years. The reason the Lu clan has been around for 10,000 years is because of the dozen or so grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. After everyone came back to their senses, they all came to a sudden realization. When they whispered to each other, they deeply agreed with this. A grade 1 alchemist might not be as strong as a powerhouse in the northern mountains Lu clan. However, the influence of a grade 1 alchemist was enough to make the Lu clan fearful. Cough, cough. Did you hear that? Only a martial emperor, a grade 1 alchemist, cough, cough, can kill me after killing me, come out and scathed, cough, cough. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. At the same time, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, became restless once again. He stared at Duan Lingtian with contempt, fearless. Only martial monarchs and grade 1 alchemists can come out unscathed after killing you? Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other calmly. Both of his eyes flashed and a crazed look appeared on his face. No. When Lu Huai felt Duan Lingtian's grip tightening, his expression changed again. He struggled and screamed shrilly. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Lu Bai, who was watching from the side, changed greatly. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take such a risk when he knew that he would definitely die after killing Lu Huai. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. They could not help but shudder secretly. One of the 5 Lu clan's disciples who came out with Lu, So, and Lu Zhao hastily turned around and left. The other 4 people also had a look of disbelief on their faces. Their gazes, without exception, landed on that purple figure. The other people's eyes were also focused on the purple figure. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian exerted more force in his hand and broke Lu Huai's neck. His head fell to the side. Boom! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and threw Lu Huai's body on the ground. His expression was calm, as though he had done something insignificant. Crazy! Crazy! Many people's eyes narrowed. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. They thought Duan Lingtian had gone crazy. He really killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master? Is he not afraid of death? It's useless even if the Lu clan's 2nd young master pleads on his behalf for killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. What's he thinking? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. He knew he would not be able to escape death after killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. But he still killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. Was he not digging his own grave? Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai's expression turned ugly. Lu Bai's expression was ugly. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Of course, the reason his expression turned ugly was not because of Lu Huai's death. Although he and Lu Huai were both direct descendants, there was no blood relationship between them. In fact, Lu Huai had secretly plotted against him in the past because he and Lu Song, the Lu clan's 1st young master, were competing for the next clan leader's position. To be honest, Lu Bai was happy that Lu Huai was dead. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might lose his life because of this, his heart could not help but sink. Although this was his 2nd time meeting Duan Lingtian, he was saved by the powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side during their first meeting. Due to this reason, out of gratitude, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, how could he face his benefactor who had saved his life? Young man, you're too competitive. Lu So sighed. He thought Duan Lingtian had lost his rationality and killed Lu Huai because of his competitive nature after being provoked by Lu Huai. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. In his opinion, this was the most appropriate way to describe Duan Lingtian right now. Whether it was Lu Bai or Lu So, none of them asked Duan Lingtian to flee. It was not that they wanted to see something happen to Duan Lingtian. It was just that they knew even if Duan Lingtian fled now, the Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would catch up to him. Unless Duan Lingtian was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to flee now. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death today. What a waste for such a monstrous genius. That's right, Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Not only is his cultivation base shocking, but he even killed Lu Zhao in just one blow. He's suspected to have entered the 9th level void transformation. Even his innate talent in medicine refinement Dao is shocking. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Most of the people present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. They shook their heads and sighed. They felt pity for Duan Lingtian, this monstrous genius who was about to die. Uncle, did you see that? Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. He killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. The green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting next to Lu Zhao's body had a maniacal smile on his face. He lowered his head and kept whispering to the body next to him. You have to watch carefully. Duan Lingtian will be executed by the Lu clan soon. At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's face was filled with joy. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by the Lu clan's powerhouses. Young master. Compared to the others who felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die, Xiongquan's thoughts were completely different. Initially, he was affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He was worried that his young master would kill the Lu clan's 3rd young master on impulse and bring disaster upon himself. However, now that his young master had killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master, his heart calmed down. He knew his young master well. He knew his young master would never do anything he was not confident in. He had a feeling his young master would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. He was looking forward to it. Who are you? Why did you kill my Lu clan's lineal disciple? At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from afar, attracting everyone's attention. A moment later, 2 old men appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 2 old men walked side by side. One was fat while the other was skinny. The fat one was short while the skinny one was tall. The former looked like a ball while the latter looked like a bamboo pole. The 2 old men walked in the air and entered everyone's line of sight. They only stopped when they were not too far away from the crowd. They hovered in the air and immediately locked their eyes on the purple-clad young man. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was the Lu clan's disciple who had left earlier. He was the one who had informed the 2 old men. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. When the 2 old men appeared, Lu So and the other 4 Lu clan's disciples bowed respectfully at them. Even Lu Bai, the Lu clan's 2nd young master, took the initiative to nod at the 2 old men. However, the 2 old men did not respond to Lu Bai and the others. This was because their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. When they inadvertently saw the body lying near Duan Lingtian, they could not help but feel enraged, even though they were prepared for it. In their rage, their gazes turned extremely sharp as they stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they did not seem to make any movements. They did not even seem to emit any energy from their bodies. However, the air around them began to stir. The sound of air exploding could be heard, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. 2 martial monarchs. When the fat and thin old men appeared, the spiritual energy that Duan Lingtian extended out seemed to have merged with a ball of cotton. At this moment, he realized the 2 old men in front of him must be martial monarchs. As expected of the northern mountains, Lu clan, 2 martial monarchs have personally come just because 1 lineal disciple died. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply understood the meaning of the word clan. If it was a sect, it would be impossible for something like this to happen. Why did they kill your Lu clan's lineal disciple? Chapter 1067. To us, the process is not important. What's important is the outcome. Do you know the consequences of killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple? The two old men, one fat and one skinny, spoke almost at the same time. Their voices entered everyone's ears. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the two old men finished speaking, a majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies and swept toward Duan Lingtian, who they had their eyes on. However, Duan Lingtian did not move at all in the face of the aura from the two martial monarchs. He remained as still as a mountain in the midst of the storm. The two old men could not help but be stunned by the scene before them. When they regained their senses, astonishment was written all over their faces. Not bad, little fella. Unfortunately, you'll definitely die today for killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple. The old man, who was short and fat like a ball, Lu clan's guardian elder Lu Yuan, narrowed his small eyes and took a step forward. A rolling energy rose from his body as though it was about to burst out at any moment. Elder Yuan, please have mercy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Lu Yuan to withdraw his energy slightly. Then his eyes landed on the figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Lu Bai? Lu Yuan could not help but frown when he saw the person who pleaded for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the Lu clan's second young master would plead for mercy for the person who killed the Lu clan's third young master. Lu Bai, as the second young master of our Lu clan, you should know our Lu clan's rules. Stand down. The skinny old man, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, Lu Gui, looked at Lu Bai with a grave expression and said coldly. Lu Bai was the Lu clan's second young master, a lineal disciple of the Lu clan. However, as the Lu clan's guardian elder and a martial monarch, his position in the Lu clan was not inferior to the clan leader of Lu clan. He did not care about a lineal disciple at all. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. Lu Bai took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. He said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Lu Huai's death is purely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. As for Duan Lingtian, he saved my life, and I can't watch my savior be executed by you. After Lu Bai finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui with a serious expression. His feet did not move an inch. Whoosh! Lu Bai's words caused an uproar. Duan Lingtian saved the life of the second young master of the Lu family? Many people were surprised. Young master saved second young master Lu's life? Xiong Quan was also stunned. However, he had never heard his young master mention this before. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly. Among those present, other than Lu Bai, he was probably the only one who knew. He had never saved Lu Bai's life. The one who saved Lu Bai's life was Feng Wu Dao, not him. Naturally, he knew why Lu Bai would say this now. It was all because he wanted to protect his life from the two Lu family martial emperors. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Lu Bai's good intentions. Lu Bai, even if he saved her life, it doesn't change the fact that he killed a lineal disciple of the Lu family. He'll definitely die today. Lu Gui took a step forward and stood next to Lu Yuan. At the same time, an overbearing invisible energy surged out of his body and shrouded Lu Bai in an instant, pulling him away from Duan Lingtian. Elder Gui, Lu Bai's expression changed drastically. He realized that the invisible energy that shrouded him and pulled him away from Duan Lingtian was so overbearing that he could not break free from it. Since you've saved the second young master of the Lu clan, we'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave behind your last words. After 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Lu Yuan said slowly as his eyes flashed and locked onto Duan Lingtian. Young master. At this moment, Xiong Quan, who was pulling the ice coffin in place of Duan Lingtian, had a change of expression. He took a step forward and tried to block Duan Lingtian like Lu Bai did earlier. Go back. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a voice that sounded like thunder. It was a voice that he was extremely familiar with. Young master, Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian, who suddenly turned to look at him. His face was filled with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before Xiong Quan could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that came out of nowhere. He could tell that it was his young master's voice. Although Xiong Quan did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from, he trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. For a moment, he stood there obediently. He'll be fine? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu So, who was standing nearby, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have not realized the severity of the matter. Unless Duan Lingtian was one of the two special types of people, he would definitely die for killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan today. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. There was no suspense about this. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he say he'll be fine? I think he's just pretending to be strong. He's just trying to comfort the people around him. I heard the people from the Lu clan call them Elder Yuan and Elder Gui. They must be two of the Lu clan's 3 great guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, 2 martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Yuan and Elder Gui came out personally. It's useless for the Lu clan's second young master to plead for mercy. This Duan Lingtian will definitely die. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. They all thought Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. From the beginning until the end, they did not associate Duan Lingtian with the 2 types of people that the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, had mentioned earlier. Subconsciously, they thought it was impossible. Even Lu Bai himself, subconsciously, felt the same way. If Duan Lingtian dies, how am I going to explain to my benefactor when I meet him in the future? Lu Bai, who was bound by Lu Gui's energy, had a terrible expression on his face. However, although he was anxious about Duan Lingtian's current situation, there was nothing he could do to help. With his strength, there was no way he could break free from Lu Gui's energy. Lu Gui was a martial monarch powerhouse. She was not someone he could compare to. How arrogant of you! Lu Gui heard Duan Lingtian's words as well. His eyes gleamed coldly. If Lu Yuan had not said that he would give Duan Lingtian time to leave behind his last words, Lu Gui would have attacked Duan Lingtian already. Duan Lingtian had said that in front of him. It was obvious that he did not respect him at all. You have 5 breaths of time left, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him to be so arrogant. If he had known earlier, he would not have given him the time to leave behind any last words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his right hand and turned it so that his palm was facing up and the back of his hand was facing down. What's he doing? Most of the people present on the scene looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They could not understand what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. You have 3 breaths of time left. Soon after, another 2 breaths of time had passed. Lu Yuan spoke again in a cold voice. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already maintained this action for 2 breaths. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Lu Yuan, leave him to me when the time is up, Lu Gui said indifferently. Lu Gui said nonchalantly. It was obvious he wanted to personally deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he had no objections. 2 breaths of time left. This Duan Lingtian can be considered to have lived his life in vain if he can be killed by a Lu clan's martial Monarch powerhouse. Do you think there's something wrong with Duan Lingtian's head? He's already at death's door. But not only is he not leaving behind any last words, he's even posing in such a strange way. Don't tell me he thinks Lu clan's Elder Yuan and Elder Gui will let him go because of this? How naive! Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius, a single slip that causes everlasting sorrow. He's going to die in the Lu clan today. God is jealous of his talent. I think he's just digging his own grave. He didn't have to kill the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he still did. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves. Many of them felt that it would be a pity if Duan Lingtian died just like that. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian display a powerful innate talent in martial Tao, but his innate talent in medicine refinement seemed to be extraordinary as well. He could be considered as an all-around monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius, was facing a certain death because he had killed the Lu clan's lineal disciple. You have 1 more breath of time left. Lu Yuan spoke again. His voice was even colder now. His gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was emotionless. Humph. Lu Gui snorted softly. His robe fluttered in the wind. Waves of energy were quietly brewing, rising and accumulating in his body. He was ready to strike in a breath's time to kill the purple-clad young man standing on the ground in front of him. The martial Monarch powerhouse was accumulating his energy. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched quietly. Young master. Xiong Quan clenched his fists tightly. Although he believed in Duan Lingtian, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian due to the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed like Lu Gui would make his move in a breath's time. Duan Lingtian, who had been quietly spreading out his hands with a calm expression, finally had a change in his expression. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that was difficult to detect, and nobody noticed it. Time's up. Finally, a breath's time was up. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Gui in unison. They wanted to see him make his move on Duan Lingtian. However, they noticed that Lu Gui was hovering in the air without making any move. Chapter 1068. For a moment, everyone who was looking at Lu Gui followed her gaze to the other side. There was a purple-clad young man standing there. It was Duan Lingtian, the person Lu Gui was about to kill. This, however, the people who followed Lu Gui's gaze to look at Duan Lingtian were just like Lu Gui. They were dumbstruck. It was as though they had seen something that shocked them. What's wrong with them? Xiong Quan, who was worried about Duan Lingtian, glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at the others. He realized, including Lu Bai, the 2nd young master of the Lu clan, other than him and Feng Tian Wu, who was lying in the ice coffin. Everyone else looked at their young master in a daze. Could it be because of the flame that rose from young master's hand? Soon after, Xiong Quan seemed to have realized something. He stared at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. If there was anything different about his young master compared to before, it was just that there was a flame in his hand. Is that a pill fire? Xiong Quan could vaguely guess. However, he could not tell what grade the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Duan Lingtian. He, Lu Bai, who was standing in the distance, felt the force restraining him disappear along with Lu Gui. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. To be more precise, he was looking at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. As the 2nd young master of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, he could recognize the pill fire with just one glance. Purple pill fire with golden edges. Is that the violet gold pill fire? A grade 1 pill fire. Lu Bai's eyes narrowed. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. He did not expect this to happen even in his wildest dreams. Is that the violet gold pill fire? I think it's the violet gold pill fire. It's a grade 1 pill fire. An alchemist who can condense grade 1 pill fire is undoubtedly a grade 1 alchemist. This Duan Lingtian is a grade 1 alchemist? How is this possible? As Lu Bai came back to his senses, a small portion of the people present also came back to their senses one by one. Discussions broke out among them. Each and every one of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with shock and awe. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. They were in awe of Duan Lingtian's identity. Grade 1 alchemist. High up in the sky, the anger on the faces of the two old men, who were originally filled with rage and itching to kill Duan Lingtian, had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then they hurriedly flew down and landed in front of Duan Lingtian, staring blankly at the wisp of flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. It really is the violet gold pill fire, Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. His round, chubby face trembled. His little eyes widened as he exclaimed, Grade 1 pill fire! Is he really a grade 1 alchemist? At this moment, Lu Gui, who was staring blankly at the purple flame with golden edges in Duan Lingtian's hand, muttered to himself, What? Elder Yuan and Elder Gui are worried that I'm faking it and pretending to be a grade 1 alchemist? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's words were like two giant hammers that slammed heavily on Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's chests. Their bodies trembled as they came back to their senses. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the Lu clan's two great guardian elders. They were at the martial monarch stage. Now that they had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different. There was less disdain and more respect. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. As the guardian elders of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, they were influenced by the Lu clan's environment. They had a completely different feeling toward a grade 1 alchemist compared to ordinary people. In their eyes, a grade 1 alchemist was someone they had to look up to. They were not qualified to offend, even if they were martial monarch powerhouses. On the Cloud Continent, any grade 1 alchemist had an extremely shocking influence. As long as a grade 1 alchemist was willing, they only needed to promise that they could customize a grade 1 spirit weapon for the person who killed them. That was enough to tempt many people who were stronger than them. At that time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism and even be annihilated. All in all, it was just one sentence. They could not afford to offend a grade 1 alchemist. Of course, they did not immediately admit defeat after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist. It was not because they were afraid of getting into trouble. They were more concerned about the Lu clan. The Lu clan was an alchemist family. If they offended a grade 1 alchemist, people would laugh their heads off and say that the Lu clan was as blind as a bat. If this grade 1 alchemist really wanted to make a fuss with the Lu clan, even if the Lu clan was protected by a first-rate force in the inner land and could survive, they would still be in chaos. Of course, they could choose to take the risk and kill this grade 1 alchemist who might not be as strong as them. However, they would have to face a crisis at any time. No matter how eccentric a grade 1 alchemist was, it was impossible for him not to have helped someone refine a grade 1 spirit weapon before. The network of connections developed by a grade 1 alchemist was enough to cause chaos in the Lu clan as well. Once that happened, the two of them would be dead for sure. Nobody knew the influence of a grade 1 alchemist better than the Lu clan. The Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years because of the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in history. What? You're not going to kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered. We dare not. We dare not. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two martial monarch powerhouses who were standing in the air and looking down at Duan Lingtian as if he was an ant, were terrified when they faced Duan Lingtian. They were like mice that saw a cat. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist. Oh my god, how old is he? Previously, he killed the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage with just a single blow. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, his innate talent in the martial Tao can be considered as monstrous. The problem is, other than his talent in martial Tao, his talent in refining medicine is even more monstrous. He's already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. If I didn't know that it's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, I wouldn't believe he's a human like us. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Their hearts were filled with shock as they discussed among themselves. How's this possible? The green-clad, middle-aged man standing next to Lu Zhao's body was stunned. Like his two companions, he could not believe what he had just seen. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist. If one were to ask who among the people present, it would be none other than Huang Chen. Huang Chen and Duan Lingtian could be considered as friends. They had a good time interacting with each other. However, due to his wrong decision, he had ruined his friendship with Duan Lingtian. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret. There was nothing more to it than this. At this moment, even if Huang Chen was filled with regret, it was too late. It was too late. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Grade 1 alchemist? Young master is a grade 1 alchemist? Xiong Quan's eyes lit up. His face was filled with joy. No wonder young master said he would be fine. He's a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was one of the two types of people who could get away with killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked towards Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. You're actually a grade 1 alchemist. You've really kept this a secret from me for a long time. Lu Bai's tone was filled with resentment when he spoke. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Lu Bai. I don't think you asked me, right? If I knew you were a grade 1 alchemist, I wouldn't have to worry about you at all. Lu Bai smiled wryly. Earlier, his heart was in his mouth. He was worried that he would not be able to answer to his savior. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the person who saved his life. It was obvious the relationship between the two of them was not simple. That's right. I still remember. You told me earlier that the reason you came to our Lu clan this time is because you want to be a revered elder or an external elder in our Lu clan. Suddenly, Lu Bai seemed to have recalled something. He stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were standing not far away from Duan Lingtian, heard Lu Bai's words. Their eyes lit up immediately, and their faces were filled with joy. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. If this young man before them could become a revered elder or an interim elder of their Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be a blessing to the Lu clan. This was a grade 1 alchemist. In the history of the Lu clan, the last grade 1 alchemist could be traced back to almost 1,000 years ago. In the past few hundred years, there had never been a grade 1 alchemist. Now that I heard the Lu clan's second young master's words, I remember. Duan Lingtian said he wanted to be a revered elder or an interim elder in the Lu clan. He did say that. I heard it too. However, at that time I thought he was just bragging. Me too. I thought he was just bragging. After all, to be a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan, one has to be a martial monarch powerhouse or a grade 2 alchemist or above. At that time, I didn't think he was qualified at all. Who would have thought that not only was he a grade 2 alchemist or above, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist? After being reminded by Lu Bai, many people recalled that Duan Lingtian had indeed said that. Master, Chapter 1069. Initially, when Duan Lingtian said he came to the Lu clan to become a revered elder or an interim advisor, Lu So, like the others, thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. When Duan Lingtian ignored his and the Lu clan's second young master's advice and resolutely killed the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, the first thought that rose in Lu So's mind was undoubtedly, Duan Lingtian is doomed. When the two Lu clan's guardian elders appeared and targeted Duan Lingtian for the death of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, and the second young master, Lu Bai, failed to plead for mercy, Lu So did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. When their Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui, was about to make his move to kill Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian condensed a wisp of pill fire in the nick of time. Violet gold pill fire. Grade 1 pill fire. He forcefully revealed his noble identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and completely turned the situation around. Not only did he survive, but he also gained the respect of everyone present. Grade 1 alchemist. Just this title alone was equivalent to a death exemption card in front of a second-rate force like the Lu clan. Now, this terrifyingly young Grade 1 alchemist had the intention to join the Lu clan and become their Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor. How could he not be excited and excited? Once this Grade 1 alchemist joined the Lu clan, he might be able to ask some questions about medicine refinement since he was on the second young master's side. Perhaps he might be able to make a breakthrough and become a Grade 2 alchemist with the guidance of this Grade 1 alchemist. There were many Grade 3 alchemists in the Lu clan, but there were only a handful of Grade 2 alchemists. Once he became a Grade 2 alchemist, it would mean that he would soar to the sky. Lu So looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly, waiting for his response. Now, while he was feeling nervous, he kept praying. He could only hope that this first grade medicine refinement master would not have any negative opinion of the Lu clan because of the unpleasant incident just now, and dispel the idea of becoming a guest elder of the Lu clan. Right now, Lu So wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. Everyone in the Lu clan, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders, felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian! Lu Bai stared at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. After what happened earlier, I wonder if Master Duan Lingtian is still willing to join the Lu clan and become their interim advisor or revered elder. Everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. They were also filled with curiosity. Of course, most people's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. These people were very confident in their attainments in the medicine refinement Tao. They felt that they would definitely be able to pass the alchemist competition and join the Lu clan. Now, they subconsciously considered themselves as disciples of the Lu family with a different surname. In their opinion, if this first grade medicine refinement master really became a guest elder of the Lu clan, perhaps they would have the opportunity to ask him some questions about the medicine refinement Tao in the future. Perhaps I should reconsider. Just now, those two wanted to take my life. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Bai, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui again. His eyes narrowed subconsciously, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Lu Bai's expression changed when he heard this. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui, I hope the two of you will apologize to Duan Lingtian. If the Lu clan loses a first-grade medicine refinement master because of your rudeness, you'll be the sinners of the Lu clan. Lu Bai looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui immediately and shouted at them, disregarding the situation. Currently, he had completely disregarded Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's high status in the Lu clan. All he knew was that he had to make Duan Lingtian stay and become a guest elder of the Lu clan. If it was any other time, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would definitely be displeased if Lu Bai shouted at them in public. However, they were not displeased at all today. Moreover, as soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui had already bowed to Duan Lingtian tacitly and said in unison, "Please forgive us, Master!" If Master is willing to join our Lu clan, both of us will definitely do our best to fulfill your orders. Even if Master wants to punish us, we won't say a word. A first-grade medicine refinement master was too important to the Lu clan. Due to this reason, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, were willing to bow and apologize to Duan Lingtian, a first-grade medicine refinement master. It seems like the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history and strength is not entirely because of the protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land. It's really rare for the Lu clan to go this far for the sake of the Lu clan. That's right. As Lu clan's guardian elders and martial monarch powerhouses, they're willing to bow and scrape in order to get a first-grade medicine refinement master for the Lu clan. Not many forces, martial monarch powerhouses, can do this. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they praised the Lu clan's courage. At the same time, they stared at Duan Lingtian intently. They wanted to know if Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would be willing to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor since they were so sincere. Suddenly, the air in the distance stirred. Following that, a loud voice resonated in the air. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, together with guardian elder Lu Ji, and a group of elders, greets Master Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong and handsome middle-aged man in a green robe and an old man in a red robe walked side by side. They brought more than 10 old men and middle-aged men with them. In just a blink of an eye, they landed on the ground and stood next to Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. It's the clan leader of Lu clan. There's another guardian elder from Lu clan as well. Oh my God! The patriarch of the Lu clan and the 3 guardian elders had all arrived. It's rare to see such a scene. All of this is because of Master Duan Lingtian. A first-grade medicine refinement master means a lot to the Lu clan. The Lu clan will definitely fight for him at all costs. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Their words pushed Duan Lingtian's status as a first-grade medicine refinement master to a whole new level. Clan leader Lu, Elder Lu Ji. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he greeted Lu Rue and Lu Ji. Then he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders behind them and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the arrival of the group of Lu clan's senior officials. As soon as he revealed his grade 1 pill fire, he noticed the Lu clan's man who had called Lu Yuan and Lu Ji over had left quietly. It was obvious that the group of senior officials led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was also called over by him. Master Duan is really a rare genius. Not only is his martial Dao cultivation base extraordinary, but he has also achieved great things in the medicine refinement Dao. He's already a grade 1 medicine refinement master. How admirable, Lu Rue praised. His words came from the bottom of his heart without any falsehood. Such a young man with extraordinary martial Dao cultivation base and a grade 1 medicine refinement master. Even though he was the clan leader of Lu clan, he could not help but feel shocked. Master Duan, please forgive the Lu clan's juniors for offending you. If Master Duan doesn't mind, please come to our Lu clan's estate for a chat. We'll definitely treat Master Duan as a VIP and offer you an apology gift. Lu Ji added. The moment Lu Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present knew the ins and outs of today's matter clearly. Duan Lingtian had first killed a Lu clan's elder and then killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. It was fine if it was the former, but the latter was a noble lineal disciple of the Lu clan. He was not someone who could be killed just like that. Even if Duan Lingtian was in the right today, it was still not enough. It was precisely because of this that the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders had arrived and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian without asking for the reason. However, after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, there was an earth-shattering change in all of this. First, the two Lu clan's guardian elders apologized sincerely. Then the clan leader of Lu clan and another guardian elder led the group of Lu clan's elders to the scene. Guardian elder Lu Ji was the representative to apologize to Duan Lingtian. Based on their words, they even wanted to treat Duan Lingtian, the person who had killed their Lu clan's lineal disciple, as a VIP and offer him an apology gift. Everyone present felt like they could not keep up with the development of the situation. When they finally regained their senses, they were enlightened. They knew all this was because Duan Lingtian had revealed his identity after he had condensed a grade 1 pill fire, grade 1 medicine refinement master, clan leader Elder Ji. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked up to Lu Rui and Lu Ji and whispered something. When he spoke, Lu Rui and Lu Ji's eyes lit up. They were pleasantly surprised. It seems like the Lu clan's second young master has told the clan leader that Master Duan intends to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder or revered elder. That must be it. Many people speculated secretly. What happened next proved that they had guessed correctly. Master Duan, if you're willing to join our Lu clan, we're willing to make you the first foreign elder. In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, cupped his hands and bowed to Duan Lingtian as he said sincerely, Master Duan, please join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder. Then the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Ji, led the group of Lu clan's elders and bowed respectfully. They invited Duan Lingtian to become the Lu clan's foreign elder with the highest position. At this moment, Lu Bai, Lu So, Lu Yuan, and Lu Gui bowed and said, Master Duan, please join the Lu clan. Everyone from the Lu clan bowed and sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lu clan. The scene fell into a dead silence again. For the people present, Chapter 1070. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s made the high-ranking officials of the Lu clan, one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountainland, bow to him. They only wanted to invite him to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's first interim advisor. Faced with the sincere invitation from the Lu clan senior officials, Duan Lingtian remained calm. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It was as though he was not the one who was invited. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the words that the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, said earlier. If Master Duan needs anything in the future, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. Was this not the reason he came to the Lu clan? Since the clan leader of Lu clan and the elders are so sincere and Lu Bai is my friend, it would be unreasonable for me to reject them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth slowly. Initially, he was just going with the flow, but now he was doing Lu Bai a favor. He agreed. As expected, the moment his words left his mouth, the Lu clan's high-ranking officials turned to look at Lu Bai, making him the center of attention. Lu Bai, you're very good. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, nodded slightly as he looked at Lu Bai. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a moment, Lu Bai could not help but feel a little terrified. Although he was the second young master of the Lu clan, he was only ranked second among the direct descendants of the Lu clan. In terms of relationship, the clan leader of Lu clan was only his uncle. The direct descendants of Lu clan were ranked according to their age. Up until now, they were already ranked in the 20s. Lu Bai was ranked second, the second young master of Lu clan. The next successor to the clan leader of Lu clan would be chosen from the 20 of them. Up until now, the people who had the highest chance of inheriting the Lu clan's business were none other than Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, and the first young master of Lu clan, Lu Song. Now that Lu Bai was praised by the clan leader of Lu clan, It meant he was one step closer to becoming the next clan leader. When the second young master was very young, I could already tell he was not as simple as he seemed. He was a talented general. It seems like I was right. This time, he can be considered to have won over a great benefactor for our Lu clan. With the relationship between second young master and Master Duan, if he were to inherit the position of patriarch in the future, why would our Lu family worry about not prospering? You're right. At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders began to flatter Lu Bai. The elder who was originally on Lu Bai's side took advantage of the opportunity and bluntly said that Lu Bai would bring benefits to the Lu clan if he became the next clan leader. As for the elders who stood on the side of the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song, they looked at each other and smiled wryly. If it was any other time, when they heard these sworn enemies flatter the second young master Lu Bai like this, they would definitely mock and ridicule him. But now they didn't dare to do so. Who knew if that great Master Duan would flick his sleeves and leave because of their lack of tact? After all, he was a friend of the second young master, Lu Bai, and they seemed to have a good relationship. They did not want to become the sinner of the Lu family, so they could only shut their mouths obediently. At the same time, some of them broke out in cold sweat as they thought about whether they should abandon their old master and pledge their allegiance to the second young master, Lu Bai. After all, the current second young master, Lu Bai, had become a grade 1 alchemist. His status in the Lu clan was destined to rise. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders with the highest position in the Lu clan would pay more attention to him since he was in a weaker position in the past. When he heard the Lu clan's elders who were neutral in the past and did not stand on his side and Lu Song's side flattering him, it was obvious that they were going to pledge their allegiance. Lu Bai could not help but smile wryly to himself. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's words would be more useful than his 10 years of operation. He had only managed to get some of the Lu clan's elders to side with him after 10 years of operation. Lu Bai felt relieved when he thought about it again. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist, after all. To the Lu clan, he was a high and mighty existence that could not be disrespected. One could imagine, if he was a grade 1 alchemist, he would not have to compete with Lu Song anymore. Even if he wanted the current clan leader to step down and become the clan leader immediately, no one in the Lu clan would have any objections, let alone the fact that he did not have to fight with Lu Song. In the Lu clan, no matter who it was, once they broke through and became a grade 1 alchemist, their status in the Lu clan would be above everyone else. If he said 1, no one in the Lu clan would dare to say 2. This included the clan leader and the other martial monarch powerhouses in the Lu clan. The Lu clan had been passed down for 10,000 years. The earliest rule passed down from their ancestors was this: a grade 1 alchemist, regardless of whether he was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, had a high status that was above everyone in the Lu clan. The descendants were not allowed to disobey. Perhaps it was because of this that the Lu clan's members reacted like a mouse that saw a cat when they saw a grade 1 alchemist. But I think I killed the 3rd young master of the Lu clan earlier. I don't think I'll be punished after I become the Lu clan's interim elder, right? Duan Lingtian's words came out of nowhere when the Lu clan's members were still excited. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on the Lu clan's members who were taking a hot bath. This caused them to tremble all over, and with a start, they came back to their senses. Of course not. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, was the first to snap back to reality. He shook his head and expressed his opinion. That kid, Lu Huai, has always been a troublemaker. I think if he didn't take the initiative to offend you, Elder Duan, you wouldn't have killed him. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, who was standing next to Lu Rue, chimed in. Lu Ji had already addressed Duan Lingtian as Elder Duan. From the moment Duan Lingtian agreed to become the Lu clan's interim elder, he was already an elder of the Lu clan with a high status. It was just as Lu Rue, the clan leader of Lu clan, had said. He was the Lu clan's first interim elder. In terms of status, Even Lu Rue had to be respectful to him and did not dare to slight him. With his current status in the Lu clan, to a certain extent, he was above everyone else. That's right. That kid, Lu Huai, didn't look like a good person in the past. Elder Duan, you did the right thing by killing him. You've gotten rid of a scourge for our Lu clan. Another guardian elder, Lu Yuan, chimed in. That's right, Elder Duan. We can't thank you enough for getting rid of the scourge for the Lu clan. How could we possibly punish you? Previously, Guardian Elder Lu Gue, who was still clamoring about personally attacking Duan Lingtian and killing him to avenge Lu Huai, had a completely different expression now. The speed at which he changed his expression stunned everyone present. However, no one dared to say a single word of gossip. What a joke! They were not like Duan Lingtian, who was a grade 1 alchemist. If they dared to gossip about the Lu clan's guardian elder, he might not be able to make a move on them due to his reputation. However, he would definitely not let them go once he had the chance. If the Cloud Continent is compared to the starry sky, and the people on the Cloud Continent are compared to the stars in the starry sky, young Master is undoubtedly the brightest star. Xiong Quan stood in the distance with a big smile on his face. He was proud to be able to follow such a young master. However, when he thought about it again, he could not help but feel a little discouraged when he thought about his insignificant strength. With his current strength, he could not help the young master at all. He could only drag him down. Hopefully, I'll be able to elevate my strength by relying on the Lu clan this time. According to young master, other than using spirit fruits to elevate my cultivation base, I can also elevate the sword concept that I've comprehended with the profound assimilation formation. At this moment, Xiong Quan recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to him not long ago. This Lu clan must have spirit fruits and that profound assimilation formation or something, right? Xiong Quan was a little anxious when he thought about this. That's good then. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the Lu clan's senior officials would not punish him after he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, he was still secretly pleased when he heard what they said. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect his identity as a grade 1 alchemist to be so useful. Of course, this is also because the Lu clan is an alchemist clan. If it was other clans like the Lu clan, they might not be so polite to me. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Elder Duan, you must be tired from the journey. Please go into the mansion to rest. Lu Rue greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically before he looked at Lu Bai. Let Lu Bai bring you there. There's no hurry. I still want to watch the alchemist competition. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although it was impossible for him to participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan, he was still very interested in watching from the side. This was the first time he had ever seen an alchemist competition in his life. He was curious and looking forward to it. He was curious about how the winner of the alchemist competition would be decided. He was also curious about the level of the alchemists from the foreign lands. He was looking forward to seeing the group of alchemists present. It was his first time seeing so many alchemists. Since you're so interested, Elder Duan will accompany you. Lu Rue smiled at Duan Lingtian. The Lu clan's senior officials nodded one by one. They did not have any objections, and they did not dare to have any objections. Clan leader, elders, I'm just looking around. All of you should go back and rest first. Duan Lingtian could not take it when he saw the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rue, leading the group of senior officials being so enthusiastic. Elder Duan, the reason why we want to stay is because we want to see you evaluate the level of these little fellows. I think since you're here, you'll be the main judge of the alchemist competition. Lu Ji smiled at Duan Lingtian. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the smile on his face seemed like the smile of an old fox. That's right, Elder Duan. We want to see you evaluate these little fellows. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.